Chapter 4:15. Just because you don't remember doesn't mean it didn't happen. Does Prince want to renege on the debt? Yao Moen didn't think that she was a righteous person, but the current Duan-Tingting was truly pitiful. All of you leave, this prince wants to see Ben Lei. Yi Junqing didn't care what Yao Moen said and immediately waved his hand to have them leave. Yi Junqing, Tingting will only ask you, do you really not have any impression of Tingting at all? Duan-Tingting choked with sobs, her voice filled with unconcealable grief and despair. I'm sorry, Junqing really can't remember. Yi Junqing nodded without hesitation. His gaze was so cold it could break one's heart. Even Yao Moen felt that Duan-Tingting wasn't worth it. After Ben Lei went in for about 2 hours, he finally pushed open the door and walked out. At this time, Yao Moen and the other two were waiting in the main hall. Tomorrow was the wedding. The bridesmaids had come several times to urge them to change into their wedding clothes but were blocked outside. Princess Changfeng, my family's prince said that he won't marry you. He hopes that you can forgive him. This was clearly an extremely unfortunate piece of news, but Ben Lei spoke passionately. Tingting, forget it. It's fated that the two of you aren't fated to be together. Even if you insist on being together, it's not guaranteed that you'll be happy. Duan Zidong also tried to comfort her. Duan-Tingting was silent for a long time. Her gaze moved past Ben Lei and landed on Yao Moen. All of you leave. Tingting has something to discuss with Empress Chu alone. Duan-Tingting's voice was very cold and her gaze was as deep as a lake. Ben Lei turned to look towards Yao Moen. When he saw Yao Moen nod, he respectfully retreated. He knew that with Yin Shui present, Master wouldn't lose out no matter what. Duan Zidong didn't insist and left the room with Ben Lei. The atmosphere in the main hall became extremely strange. Even though Yao Moen was incomparably wise, she still couldn't guess what Duan-Tingting wanted to say to her. As dawn approached, the entire residence in Ji province was filled with the sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers. The entire residence was decorated with top-quality Suzhou-colored silk. Inside the residence, the various countries' envoys had already taken their seats and their gazes all landed on the pair in the middle of the wedding hall. First bow to heaven and earth. Under the red handkerchief, Duan-Tingting was covered in heavy makeup. She was already a beauty that could topple a city, but she was even more peerless. Her wish had already been fulfilled to be able to bow to heaven and earth with Yi Junqing. Even her aunt didn't believe that she had such deep feelings for him, much less anyone else. Therefore, she did not want to tell anyone that her heart had died along with the death of the winged parasite. Second bow to your parents. Duan Shiming, the leader of the Upper South, nodded happily. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and gratification. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Duan-Tingting's red lips curved up as she bowed, and a teardrop quietly fell from her eyes. The ceremony is complete. Let's consummate our marriage. The congratulatory matron's words made Yi Junqing feel refreshed all over. The pair left the wedding hall under everyone's blessings and praying gazes. At this moment, the wedding banquet officially began. Everyone toasted each other happily. After Yi Junqing pulled Duan-Tingting into the nuptial room, he dismissed the maids and moved to remove the red silk binding Duan-Tingting. However, the moment he moved, he felt a cold wind coming from behind him. By the time Yi Junqing tried to resist, Yin Shui had already sealed his acupuncture points. Yin Shui, what are you doing? Hurry and untie this prince. Thanks to Yao Moen, Yi Junqing had gotten used to Yin Shui's sneak attacks, so he remembered Yin Shui's acupoint sealing technique. I'm afraid that won't do. Yin Shui felt a bit awkward. Yao Moen didn't want her to expose her identity. Yao Moen. Come out. This prince can see you. Yi Junqing roared angrily as his gaze swept around. Ahem. Prince, why are you so loud? Moen was just about to come out. Yao Moen cleared her throat and then confidently showed herself. This prince agreed to marry her and we've already done so. What's the meaning of this? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen hatefully. If he hadn't shouted, would Yao Moen have come out on her own? Since we've already gone through the wedding ceremony, we're naturally husband and wife. Since we're husband and wife, we can't miss out on our wedding night. Prince, enjoy yourselves. Moen won't disturb you any longer. Yao Moen's eyes were charming and her lips curved. Yao Moen. That's not what you said to this prince last night. Yao Moen didn't care how much Yi Junqing wanted to express himself and immediately ordered Yin Shui to seal Yi Junqing's mute acupoint. Woo! Woo woo woo! Yi Junqing glared angrily at Yao Moen. When he looked towards Yao Moen, it was as if two fire dragons were shooting out of his eyes. However, no matter how fierce his gaze was, it couldn't change Yao Moen's determination to abandon him. Yao Moen, there's no need to be like this. This isn't what Tingting asked for. When Duan Tingting saw the grief and indignation in Yi Junqing's eyes, she smiled bitterly inwardly. Just what did she get in exchange for her sincerity? Although this isn't what Princess Changfeng asked for, this is what Yi Junqing owes you. Moen won't disturb the two of you anymore, said Yao Moen indifferently. She glanced meaningfully at Yi Junqing before leaving with Yin Shui. Woo! Woo woo woo! When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had no sense of loyalty to leave him in a wolf's den, he clenched his teeth and swore that once his acupoint was unsealed, he'd definitely teach Yao Moen a lesson. The moment the door closed, Yi Junqing finally gave up on struggling. He couldn't break out of Yin Shui's acupoint sealing technique. Without a word, Duan Tingting walked to the table alone. With a lonely expression, she took off the red handkerchief from her head and threw it away. The red handkerchief was like a fallen leaf in the wind, fluttering in the wind, leisurely and leisurely. In the end, it turned to dust. Prince, how much do you think Tingting, as Princess Changfeng of Nanxiang, understands about parasites? Duan Tingting sat sideways in front of Yi Junqing. Although it was only half her face, it possessed a charm that could turn all living things upside down. At this moment, Yi Junqing could clearly see that Duan Tingting's curled eyelashes were sparkling. Aunt said that once the parasites move, if they aren't forced out of your body, they'll corrode your internal organs. That's the truth. But other than that, the so-called forgetting or even loathing Tingting is completely false. When Duan Tingting finished speaking, Yi Junqing's eyes suddenly turned cold and an indecipherable light shot out of them. Prince, do you know why Tingting didn't expose Aunt's lies? Duan Tingting slowly got up and walked over to Yi Junqing. Her watery eyes were misty. Yi Junqing lowered his eyes guiltily. It was difficult to distinguish the light and darkness in his eyes. Because Tingting wants to know if Prince will listen to Auntie's words and completely forget about Tingting. More importantly, I want to know how heartless Prince will be. Duan Tingting's voice was calm without any fluctuations, without the slightest fluctuation. In this moment, Yi Junqing suddenly felt grateful that Yin Shui had sealed his mute acupoint. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to say to Duan Tingting. Sorry. These 3 words seemed a bit weak and feeble. Tingting still doesn't understand. Compared to Yao Moen, how is Tingting lacking? Tingting believes that I'm younger and prettier than her, so I couldn't bear to sneak attack you like this. Why did you choose Yao Moen? Even now, Duan Tingting couldn't stop herself from bickering over this. She needed a reasonable explanation. Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. She couldn't bear to give him the parasites. If she could bear to, he really didn't dare to think about it. When Duan Tingting saw Yi Junqing look at her, she suddenly took out a black parasite the size of a fingernail and stuffed it into Yi Junqing's mouth. What is this? Yi Junqing was shocked. He actually heard his own voice. Although the tone was different, it was what he wanted to say. This is a ventriloquism parasite. Although Prince's acupoint has been sealed, Prince only needs to use your throat to hum what you want to say and the ventriloquism parasite will automatically transmit Prince's thoughts, explained Duantingting. Is it true? Yi Junqing expressed his doubt. He didn't expect the words to come out of his throat again. Chapter 4:16. Since Prince has tested it, please answer Tingting's question. Just what's so good about Yao Moen? For Prince to not even look at Tingting. Duantingting looked towards Yi Junqing solemnly, her eyes as clear as water. Before the wedding ceremony, she had prepared the ventriloquism bug so that she could hear Yi Junqing's true thoughts. There's nothing good about her. She's two-faced, greedy, unruly, violent. But Junqing knows that everything she's done is for Junqing's sake. She's even risked her life for Junqing several times. Yi Junqing's gaze was resolute and bright. So you're repaying her more than you love her. This was how Duantingting interpreted it. No, Junqing is grateful for everything Moen has done, but Junqing can't let go of her because of gratitude. I fell in love with her for no reason. What should I do? Yi Junqing's lips curved into a bitter smile. There was a trace of helplessness in his expression. He never imagined that he would confess his feelings in front of a woman who was practically a stranger to him. He had been mulling over the word love for a long time, but he didn't dare to confess it to Yao Moen because he wasn't sure if Yao Moen would slap him if he said this word. Love her. Are you sure the one you love isn't your machine's substitute? Duantingting was a bit moved, but she didn't give up. No, machine doesn't have that many flaws. They don't resemble each other at all. Yi Junqing was sure of this. Duantingting was speechless. Finally, she was silent. After drinking for 30 minutes and eating a variety of dishes, the inn that had been bustling the entire day finally quietened down. Inside the room, Yao Mo poked at the candle flame on the table by herself. The flickering flame reflected in Yao Mo's eyes, giving off a gorgeous splendor. Master actually didn't have to keep Prince there. Yin Shui still felt that Yao Moen had been too lenient on this matter. This consort didn't want to either, but Duan Shiming was in the guest house. This consort couldn't take such a gamble. At that time, Duantingting had personally promised her that as long as she and Yi Junqing got married, she would hide the fact that Yi Junqing had rejected the marriage. Otherwise, she would tell Duan Shiming about it. At that time, Nanxiang would have 10,000 reasons to agree to Yi Hongyi's request. The 5 countries would form an alliance and destroy Ji province as easily as crushing an ant. Yin Shui came to a realization. She knew it. Master was never a bodhisattva. The next day, Duantingting and Yi Junqing, who had just unsealed his acupoints at dawn, went to the main hall to serve tea to Duan Shiming. After drinking this cup of tea, Duan Shiming had to leave Ji province because he had important matters to attend to. Before he left, Duantingting used the excuse that it was going to be a long journey to cancel her plans to return home. Duan Shiming felt bad for his daughter, so he naturally agreed. When Duan Shiming's motorcade left the guest house, a trace of reluctance flashed across Duantingting's eyes. Father, your daughter is unfilial. Junqing, I was too tired yesterday. Tingting will return to her room to rest first. Duantingting turned to glance at Yi Junqing before returning to her room alone. When everyone heard this, their imaginations immediately began to run wild. Gazes of envy and disdain swept towards Yi Junqing. What are you doing? This prince didn't sleep last night, I just stood there all night. Yi Junqing naturally understood the doubt in everyone's eyes, so he immediately denied it. Your Royal Highness has great stamina. Feng Lin nodded fiercely. He was full of admiration. Your Royal Highness is so mighty. Lightning nodded fiercely, full of admiration. Your Royal Highness is so strong. Lightning nodded fiercely, and Yi Junqing immediately began to beat him up. Master, save me. Your Royal Highness wants to silence me. Lightning jumped behind Yao Moen after being kicked a few times with a wronged expression. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Shui had told them everything, the three of them wouldn't have reacted like this. Moen, you know best what this prince did last night. Explain for this prince. Yi Junqing's face turned red as he spoke angrily. That's strange, how would this consort know? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she replied resentfully, then turned to return to the guest house. Yao Moen, you're so dishonest. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had turned around, he immediately chased after her. Inside the main hall, just as Yi Junqing was being relentless, Ben Lei suddenly ran in from outside. Your Royal Highness, Duan Tingting has left. As Ben Lei spoke, he walked forward and handed the letter to Yi Junqing. Left? Yi Junqing took the letter and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. What's written on it? Yao Moen's brows were tightly furrowed as she felt a bit apprehensive. Duan Tingting's matter was still a hidden danger. If Duan Shiming were to find out the truth one day, things would become difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Yao Moen, would you have liked me? There was only this one line of words on the large piece of paper. Just as Yi Junqing was concentrating, a milky white parasite suddenly bit him. It hurts. Yi Junqing shot up and flung the parasite away, along with the piece of paper. In the forest, two peerless figures stood facing each other. Tingting, you should give up now, right? When Duan Zitong saw the milky white parasite in Duan Tingting's hand rapidly wither until there were no longer any signs of life, she sighed inwardly in relief. Then she looked towards the desolate Duan Tingting. So even if it wasn't for Yao Moen, Yi Junqing still wouldn't have liked Tingting. So it was like this. Duan Tingting's tears fell soundlessly. Come back with Aunt. Duan Zitong's heart ached for Duan Tingting. If Yi Junqing really had Duan Tingting in his heart, she wouldn't have broken them up. Aunt, you should go. Tingting won't go back. Duan Tingting stubbornly wiped away her tears, her eyes shining with determination. Tingting, don't be silly. No matter how hard you try, Yi Junqing won't change his original intentions. It's not that you're bad, it's that you and he aren't fated to be together. Are you still going to persist now? Duan Zitong was getting a bit anxious. Tingting won't return to the guest house either. Tingting has already decided to find a place to become a nun. Duan Tingting's words stunned Duan Zitong and she looked towards her niece in disbelief. Tingting, how can you do that? There are plenty of men in the world, why do you have to be so stubborn over Yi Junqing? Duan Zitong objected vehemently. It's not that Tingting can't get over it. The parasite that Tingting planted in Yi Junqing that day. Tingting used her own heart's blood to raise it. Her mournful voice was filled with endless sorrow. She had been too conceited, which was why she had believed that no one in the world could match the power of the parasite. However, she didn't know that true love in the world wasn't something that a bug could control. Now that things had reached this point, she had no choice but to suffer the consequences of her own actions. Tingting. Why didn't you tell Aunt earlier? Yi Junqing isn't worth it. Duan Zitong regretted it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have stopped Duan Tingting. At this moment, Duan Zitong's tears fell like rain. He's worth it. Aunt, now do you believe that Tingting truly loves this man? Ha! Duan Tingting smiled bitterly as her tears flowed even more freely. What do we do? Tingting, what do we do now? Duan Zitong abruptly pulled Duan Tingting into her arms and cried bitterly. Aunt, don't worry. As long as Tingting doesn't fall for another man in this lifetime, everything will be fine. Tingting didn't think that this was a difficult matter. After leaving Yi Junqing, she wouldn't fall in love with any other man ever again. In this lifetime, her heart would only belong to Yi Junqing. In reality, this kind of result wasn't that bad. After Duan Shiming left, the envoys from the various countries all bid their farewells. Chu Maxin and Ku Buzhe didn't want to leave so early, but Chu Shi kept urging them to leave, so Chu Maxin had no choice but to mention leaving on the third day after Yi Junqing's wedding. However, he insisted on leaving with Yao Moen. Yi Junqing strongly opposed this. Chapter 4:17. This prince has just gotten married, so how could Moen leave? This prince appreciates austere prince's intentions, but Moen can't leave Ji province in the short term. Chu Maxin had just said that he was going to take Yao Moen away. Before Yao Moen could say anything, Yi Junqing became unhappy. How strange. It's not like you're getting married to her, so why can't you let Yao Moen leave? Regardless, Yao Moen is definitely leaving with this prince. Chu Maxin looked like he was going to smash through a wall. I'm afraid that's not up to austere prince. Yi Junqing was starting to dislike Chu Maxin more and more. Every time he had something to do, he would try to steal away his darling. Yi Junqing was startled. When had he started treating Yao Moen as his darling? When had that happened? Yi Junqing, no one can stop you if you want to be a womanizer. But you can't put this dirty hat on older sister Moen. With older sister Moen's status, she definitely can't be a mistress. You should just give up. Next to Chu Maxin, Ku Buzhe bluntly commented on Yi Junqing's current behavior. That's right. You've only married Duan Tingting for a few days and you're already getting restless. This prince looks down on you. Chu Maxin suddenly felt that if he could marry Ku Buzhe, it would truly be his fortune. At the very least, when he couldn't win against her, Ku Buzhe could definitely say something shocking. You guys. Yao Moen, shouldn't you say something? Yi Junqing was speechless. On the surface, it did seem like he was two-timing, but the heavens knew that he was being wrongly accused. Cough cough. Tingyu, help this consort tidy up. After the noon meal, we'll go to Great Shu together. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been in a hurry to get Huan Heng to get married, she would have gone to Great Shu a long time ago. Looking at the time, the captain of the Iron Blood Corps should have already received the news. Even if it was just to persuade Chu Shi to just stand by and watch, that would be good. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing hadn't expected that Yao Moen would actually agree to Chu Maxin's request. She didn't even look at him before deciding to leave. This servant will go right now. Tingyu didn't dare tarry and immediately left the main hall. When Chu Maxin and Ku Buzhe heard this, they were naturally overjoyed. They both rolled their eyes at Yi Junqing before skipping away. In the main hall, when Ben Lei and the others saw Yi Junqing's face turn green, they tactfully retreated. Moen, even if this prince did something wrong, you can bring it up and this prince will consider changing. Why do you have to leave in a fit of pique? Yi Junqing walked over to Yao Moen and did his best to make his voice sound sincere. First, Moen doesn't feel that prince has done anything wrong. Second, Moen didn't leave in a fit of pique, corrected Yao Moen. Then why? Asked Yi Junqing in confusion. Back then, King Lulan once told Moen that the military commandant of the Iron Blood Corps was sworn brothers with Chu Shi. Now that the alliance between the 5 countries has fallen through, do you think that the military commandant will let the matter rest? Yao Moen's expression was solemn and she felt a lot of pressure. If there's such a thing, then all the more reason why you can't go to Great Shu. Otherwise, if Chu Shi colludes with that county captain, you'll be in danger. No. This prince can't let you go. Yi Juanqing's voice was firm and abnormally firm. The current situation is still unclear. Moen must gather the strength of all sides. Even if we can't become friends, we can't become enemies. Also, if Moen doesn't make some contributions, how can she control such a heavyweight puppet like Prince? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Juanqing. She was still angry. Yao Moen, this prince has already admitted his mistake in this matter. Also, you promised this prince that as long as this prince and Duan Tingting got married, you wouldn't mention this matter again. You're clearly not keeping your promise. At the mention of the word puppet, Yi Juanqing instantly wilted like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. Even if Yi Juanqing spouted all sorts of excuses, he wouldn't be able to come up with anything. Moen isn't keeping her promise, so what? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing hatefully, her clear eyes shining with a wanton light. I don't dare to do anything. Yi Juanqing felt that it was very likely that Yao Moen would hold on to this for the rest of her life. And, as a puppet, this attitude of yours is quite good. Yao Moen leisurely got up and glanced at Yi Juanqing with interest. She placed great emphasis on the word puppet. Illness entered from the mouth and disaster came from the mouth. When Yi Juanqing saw Yao Moen's sharp gaze, he knew that his entire life had been ruined by this mouth. After lunch, Yao Moen purposely went to Han Geni's room to thank him for taking care of her during this time. Although Han Geni acted very naturally, Yao Moen knew that he was very disappointed. In reality, with Yao Moen's exquisite and clear mind, she naturally understood that Han Geni had taken care of her specially. However, Yao Moen felt that rather than being lovers, they were more suited to be friends. Also, she didn't mind getting to know more friends like Han Geni who viewed money as dirt. Yao Moen, you mustn't think too highly of yourself. This Supreme Lord is taking care of you because he pitied you. Look at you, you're ugly and short, just like a short winter melon. The most miserable thing is that you were abandoned by Yi Juanqing, who's even uglier than you. In this sort of situation, a great benevolent person like this Supreme Lord naturally wouldn't just watch with folded arms. You mustn't fall in love with this Supreme Lord just because of this. TSK, it's hard for you to live until now with looks like this. Han Geni looked at Yao Moen with an exaggerated expression of disdain. That's right, Supreme Lord is a great benevolent person that everyone respects. Yao Moen could say with certainty that at this moment, if there weren't 100,000 people fiercely poking Han Geni's birthday, then her surname wouldn't be Yao. Great benevolent person. He wasn't afraid of the wind cutting his tongue. It's good that you know. Han Geni lifted his brows and straightened his clothes. Bien looked towards Yao Moen and waved. In reality, no one had told Yao Moen that Han Geni loved to eat winter melons. Then Moen won't disturb great benevolent person's rest. Moen will take her leave. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a smile as a line of words suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Lackeys are not guilty, long live bandits. When Yao Moen left the inn, Yi Juanqing didn't come out to send her off. This was exactly what Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhe wanted. Without Yi Juanqing stopping them, they couldn't have asked for anything more. Yao Moen didn't mind. She only gave Ben Lei and Fing Yulei and Yan a few instructions before leaving with Ting Yu and Yin Shui to follow Chu Maxin to Shu. No matter how intelligent and far-sighted Yao Moen was, she couldn't have predicted that this trip would almost cost her life. Chu Palace, Imperial Study, everything Thousand-Faced says is true. The Empress of Chu, Yao Moen, isn't an idiot at all. She and Yi Juanqing have long been in cahoots. Aside from Thousand-Faced's personal probing, this is all evidence sent by secret agents. In front of the dragon table, a man wearing a short brown robe knelt on one knee. A black belt was tied around his waist. His short hair was standing on end and his facial features could be considered regular, but he didn't have any eyebrows. His voice sometimes rose and fell and sometimes it was gentle. What was most special about him were his eyes. The light in his eyes constantly changed, making it impossible for others to see what he was thinking. Impossible. Our Wana wouldn't lie to us. Everyone in this world could lie to us, but she wouldn't. Why are you framing her? Why won't any of you believe her? On the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi's expression was sinister and his eyes were spitting fire. His clenched fists loosened and all the memorials on the table fell to the ground. Present the evidence. Thousand-Face didn't care if Yi Hongyi wanted to read it or not. He immediately ordered his subordinates to deliver the secret letters in their hands. Scram! All of you scram! Unless we see it with our own eyes, we won't believe this nonsense even if we die. Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he tore all the secret letters into pieces. Thousand-Face takes his leave. Thousand-Face didn't care about Yi Hongyi's roar. As the vice captain of the Iron Blood Corps, he only answered to the captain. Chapter 4:18. When Yi Hongyi stepped into Pure Flower's palace with his treasured sword in hand, a putrid stench assaulted his senses. In the corner, Yao Sulwan was lying there like a corpse. She only had one eye, one hand, one leg, her hair was disheveled, and her face was dirty. The current Yao Sulwan was no longer in human form. Yi Hongyi was like a roaring beast. Sword light flashed as he raised his hand. Yao Sulwan's right leg twitched and blood flowed from her ankle. Ugh! The intense pain caused Yao Sulwan's entire body to tremble. She used her remaining eye to look at Yi Hongyi, but all she saw was a malevolent devil. Since when did it start? She could no longer see Yi Hongyi's face clearly. Why don't you believe me? Wanda didn't lie to me. She's just an idiot. Roared Yi Hongyi as the sword in his hand mercilessly landed on Yao Sulwan's leg. Yao Sulwan already couldn't remember how many times Yi Hongyi had gone crazy. In the beginning, she really hated Yao Moen to death. Every time, Yi Hongyi would vent his anger on her because someone exposed that Yao Moen wasn't an idiot. First it was an arm, then it was a leg. There were already several tens of sword wounds on her body that had healed and formed scabs. Later on, when the old wounds hadn't healed, new wounds would appear. The cycle repeated itself. She finally didn't hate Yao Moen anymore, nor could she. Speak. Let me ask you. Was Yao Moen stupid or not? Did she lie to me or not? Did you? Yi Hongyi threw away the sharp sword with a bang and clamped a hand around Yao Sulwan's neck as he roared. Your Majesty, use a bit more force, just kill me. Yao Sulwan smiled. Her waxy yellow face contrasted with the black holes in her eyes, making her look even uglier than a ghost. You want to die? It wasn't that easy. This emperor wants to keep you alive. I'll make you suffer. In this world, those who dare to betray us only have two paths. One is death, the other is living a life worse than death. Yi Hongyi abruptly let go of Yao Sulwan's throat and roared fiercely. His eyes shone with an ominous light. What about Yao Moxin? Why did the emperor want to kill her? Did she betray your Majesty? Yao Sulwan thought about it for a long time and finally understood the question that Yao Moen had asked before she left. Right now, she was living in such a state that she was neither a human nor a ghost. Just who did this to her? You are not allowed to mention that woman in front of me. You're not allowed, roared Yi Hongyi as he flipped over the jade table beside him. If it wasn't for Yao Moxin, do you think you could have become the emperor? Sit on the dragon throne. Wear a dragon robe. Everything you have was fought for by Yao Moxin. She helped you win the 5 dragons' struggle for the throne, quelled the rebellion in Ishi, and even helped you win the hearts of the people. But what did they get in the end? Ha! I don't know if Yao Moen is stupid or not, but Yao Moxin is really stupid to the max. Yao Sulwan used the harshest words to poke at Yi Hongyi's weak spot. The current her only wished for death. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Yi Hongyi covered his ears with both hands. He hated those 3 words, so much so that just hearing them once made his stomach churn. Yao Moxin is so stupid. She actually conceived a child for you and gave birth to him. Poor Zhong, he really was born into the wrong body. He actually threw himself into the belly of a foolish woman. He deserved to be smashed to death by his own father. It was too tragic. Yi Hongyi, that's your biological son. It's your seed. You really don't have any conscience at all. Yao Sulwan cursed and laughed madly. When she saw Yi Hongyi's almost deranged expression, she felt indescribably carefree. At this moment, Yi Hongyi was furiously smashing everything in Pure Flower's palace until he picked up a sword and chopped off Yao Sulwan's right foot. We told you to shut up. Did you hear me? Shut up. Yi Hongyi only knew that he was oppressing Yao Sulwan, but how could he know that he wasn't being oppressed by Yao Sulwan? A dog-eat-dog drama that hovered between abuse and self-abuse was one of Yao Moen's favorite dramas. Unfortunately, Yao Moen wasn't in the mood right now. Yao Moen couldn't help but rub her forehead as she looked at the azure figure in the tea house. These days, puppets were getting harder and harder to manage. Yi Junqing, why are you here? Chu Moxin was just as angry as Yao Moen. The moment he saw Yi Junqing, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. This prince thought about it, and I truly couldn't feel at ease leaving you women and children alone, so I chased after you to protect you. Yi Junqing's attitude was very good. When faced with Chu Moxin's glaring eyes, he could still smile so elegantly. Who's the slut? Who's the child? Who needs your protection? Hurry up and go back. Chu Moxin looked towards Yi Junqing hatefully, his eyes filled with disgust. Don't be like this. You've already come, so there's no reason for you to go back. Junqing is treating, so little frigid prince, calm down. As Yi Junqing spoke, he moved closer to Yao Moen from his table. Prince shouldn't have ignored Ji province. Yao Moen was displeased, so her gaze naturally turned colder. Ji province has Huanheng and the others, and it's very convenient to send a messenger pigeon. Yi Junqing felt that his reason was very good, but everyone else looked at him with disdain. Yao Moen was speechless. She knew that even if she gave 10,000 reasons, it still wouldn't be enough to convince Yi Junqing to return to Ji province. Since that was the case, she might as well not say anything. It was better to leave some spittle for Chu Shi. With Yi Junqing accompanying them, the joking scenes rarely appeared. Although Yi Junqing maintained a friendly smile on his face the entire way, Chu Moxin and Ku Buzhe didn't say a single good word in return. Ku Buzhe in particular would often say shocking things, causing Yi Junqing's face to turn red. Even though discordant scenes often occurred on the way, the group still arrived at the imperial city of Shu on the 10th day of departure. Entering the capital felt like a lifetime had passed. Yao Moen reminisced about the past. The scene of her negotiating with Yi Junqing on behalf of Great Chu was still vivid in her mind. Even now, when she thought about it, she still felt a little excited. Even though Yao Moen was a virtuous woman at the time, she had almost been forced to scratch someone by Chu Maobei. The most well-behaved person on the way was Huangfu Juanxiu. Huangfu Juanxiu didn't even share a table with Yao Moen and the others. He only sat with Huan Kaier on the side. He was very carefree and there was even a free show to watch, so he was naturally very satisfied. At this time, Chu Moxin had already led Yao Moen and the others to his private garden. Although it didn't take up much space, the decorations were very luxurious, especially the 2 golden lions in front of the gate. They had glazed eyes and were made of pure gold. Even the lion's toes were made of top-grade jade. From the inside to the outside, these lions could definitely be described as luxurious. It was only later that Yao Moen found out that these two lions came from Lulan. King Lulan had spared no expense to make them and had sent people to transport them from Lulan to Great Shu. From this, it could be seen just how much King Lulan doted on this future son-in-law. Chu Shi had even held back his anger for several days. Compared to King Lulan, Chu Shi felt like he, his own father, was inferior. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing immediately looked towards Yao Moen when he saw that the guards outside the garden had stopped him. Yao Moen only knew that Chu Maxin was angry at Yi Junqing, so it wasn't good for her to plead for leniency. However, if Yi Junqing was allowed to live alone outside the garden, she wouldn't be at ease no matter what. Since austere prince doesn't welcome prince, then prince should find another place. Tingyu, Yin Shui, from now on, you too will follow prince. You must protect prince, said Yao Moen indifferently. It can't be, right? This servant wants to follow your highness. Tingyu immediately objected, but when she saw Yao Moen's solemn expression, she could only lower her head and walk out of the garden. Yin Shui naturally didn't say anything and flashed behind Yi Junqing. How could that be? This prince is here to protect you. Yi Junqing had originally thought that Yao Moen would think of a way to let him in, but this was the result. Older sister Moen, Maxin is very safe here. He doesn't need his protection. Zhe will bring you in. Kubu Zhe was afraid that Yao Moen's heart would soften, so she immediately pulled Yao Moen inside. Chapter 419. Hey! Yao Moen! Come back! This prince is here for you, how can you be so heartless? Yi Junqing was filled with resentment as he watched Yao Moen's figure disappear from his sight. No matter how heartless her highness is, she can't be as heartless as prince, muttered Tingyu. She thought about how Yi Junqing had treated master for Duan Tingting. Master hadn't returned a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. She was already being exceptionally lenient. Tingyu, you know the cause and effect. This prince's feelings for Yao Moen have never changed. Yi Junqing looked towards Tingyu seriously. Prince can't say such things to a servant girl. Tingyu pouted and rolled her eyes. Yi Junqing suddenly felt that if he wanted to change Yao Moen's mind, the most important thing was that Tingyu was the servant girl in front of him. However, the troublesome thing was that it seemed to be very difficult to persuade this arrogant servant girl. Yin Shui came to the capital many years ago and knows of a place suitable for Prince to stay. Prince, please, said Yin Shui solemnly. Thus, under Yin Shui's guidance, Yi Junqing and Tingyu finally arrived at the place Yin Shui had mentioned. This place is indeed suitable for Prince. As she looked at the old residence that seemed to have been abandoned for 100 years, Tingyu couldn't help but choke. She had thought that she could hold a grudge, but it turned out that compared to Yin Shui, she paled in comparison. Ahem. Yin Shui, are you sure that we're going to stay here for the next few days? Yi Junqing suddenly felt that there was a very reasonable saying, only women and lowly people are hard to raise. The ancients weren't lying. Prince, please enter. Yin Shui's expression was calm as she stepped into the old residence first. Yi Junqing felt helpless. Who told him to offend someone he shouldn't have? However, what made Yi Junqing rejoice was that the old residence wasn't too abandoned. Aside from the dilapidated walls and cobwebs flying everywhere, it was still pleasing to the eye. That night, when Yin Shui appeared, Yao Moen was sitting in front of the dressing table, looking as calm as a virgin. Master, this subordinate has already arranged for Prince to stay in a safe place. Other than this subordinate, only Yan Nanxing can find him. As it turned out, that old residence was the Phoenix Feather Manors branch in Great Shu. Back then, Yin Shui had come here as Yan Nanqing's hidden guard. Well done. You really do understand this consort's thoughts. The worry in Yao Moen's eyes gradually eased and she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Master, are you afraid that things might change? Yin Shui's expression was solemn, but her heart was inexplicably apprehensive. If something really did happen, it would already be strenuous for her to deal with Yin Xiong, so how would she be able to protect Yao Moen? It's always good to be more careful. Yin Shui, remember, if anything happens to this consort, you have to send Yi Junqing back to Ji province immediately, no matter what method you use. For some reason, ever since Yao Moen had entered the capital, she'd felt restless. So when Chu Maxin had stopped Yi Junqing outside, she decided to beat him at his own game and ordered Yin Shui to take Yi Junqing away from this dangerous place. Since Master is uncertain, Yin Shui will take you away. Yin Shui said resolutely. No. This consort came this time because no matter what, this consort must see the king of Shu. This matter concerns the safety of Ji province, so this consort must try no matter what. Yao Moen furrowed her brows and subconsciously clenched her fists. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she and Chu Shi would have to fight a tough battle. However, what Yao Moen didn't expect was that before the battle even started, she would already lose completely. Chu Palace Hall, Maxin really brought Yao Moen and Yi Junqing to the capital. There was an unconcealable surprise in the steady voice. Chu Shi sat upright on the dragon couch with his hands folded in front of his knees. His sharp eyes shone with a cold light. Reporting to Imperial Father, the spy saw it with his own eyes, so it can't be wrong. However, Yi Junqing isn't staying at Maxin's private residence and the spy following them has also been thrown off. Currently, Yi Junqing's whereabouts are unknown. In front of the dragon couch, Chu Mabei's purple dress glowed under the illumination of the night pearls. His peerlessly beautiful and devilishly beautiful eyes were as calm as an ancient well and his expression was solemn. What a good Yao Moen, to actually be able to foresee the future. Forget it, let's not worry about Yi Junqing for now. Tomorrow night, you must capture Yao Moen. Chu Shi's voice was powerful and his gaze was as cold as ice. Imperial Father, this son feels that since the alliance of the 5 countries no longer exists, Yi Junqing and Yao Moen are clearly not simple. It's hard to determine the outcome of Great Chu's civil war. Imperial Father, why don't you observe for a few more days? Chu Mabei's tone was respectful as he analyzed the pros and cons. There's no need. That old thing Nameless has never asked anyone for help. Now that he's actually attached the keepsake we exchanged when we became sworn brothers, the revealing courage sword, it's clear how important this matter is to him. Imperial Father has always placed great importance on comradeship, especially after Nameless risked his life to save me several times in the past. Imperial Father will definitely do everything in its power to fulfill his request, said Chu Shi firmly with a somewhat sorrowful expression. It's just that Yao Moen has also done Maxin a favor. If we really hand her over, it'll be hard to avoid Maxin being labeled as unjust. Chu Mabei had never disobeyed Chu Shi's words, but this time, Chu Mabei actually hesitated. Even Chu Mabei wasn't sure if he was saying this for his younger brother or for Yao Moen. Mabei, do you believe that as long as Imperial Father wants to find him, even if Yi Junqing hides in the Heavenly Palace, Imperial Father will still have a way to pull him down? Now that Imperial Father is letting Yi Junqing go, it's the same as returning the favor to Yao Moen. With Yao Moen's intelligence, she naturally understands this. Imperial Father has already decided on this matter, so there's no need for you to try to persuade him, said Chu Shi coldly. This son obeys. Chu Mabei cupped his hands in salute, but when he lowered his gaze, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. In reality, compared to Chu Shi, Yao Moen felt that Chu Mabei was even more of a headache. Perhaps it was because of all the unpleasantness from before, but whenever Yao Moen saw Chu Mabei, it was like seeing a great green insect crawling over. Although she wasn't afraid, she felt extremely disgusted. When she saw Chu Mabe's insincere smile, Yao Moen really wanted to rush up and fiercely pull him. However, what Yao Moen didn't know was that every time Chu Mabe saw her, his teeth would ache. Imperial older brother, what took you so long? When Chu Maxin saw Chu Mabe in the main hall, he immediately stood up and pulled Chu Mabe over to sit next to Yao Moen. It's not the hour of the rooster yet, so Imperial older brother isn't late. Chu Mabe's thin lips pressed together lightly as he looked at Chu Maxin with a faint light in his eyes. Imperial older brother, sit. Servants, serve the dishes. When Chu Maxin saw that his imperial older brother and Yao Moen were sitting together, he felt that they were truly a match made in heaven. If he could make this good thing happen, then he would have performed a great service. However, from a selfish point of view, Chu Maxin really did want Yao Moen to become his imperial sister-in-law. That way, he would be able to get all of his clothes. If I knew that Empress Chu was here, Mabe would definitely have come to pay his respects earlier. Chu Mabe pretended to come to a sudden realization. When he looked towards Yao Moen, his eyes revealed shock. Your Highness Crown Prince is being too polite. Yao Moen's cherry lips curled up as she forced herself to smile. These words were so fake that she didn't even believe a single punctuation mark. The banquet began. At first, with Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhuer taking care of things, it was quite lively. However, after about an hour, Yao Moen suddenly felt that something was wrong. When she raised her eyes, she noticed that only Chu Mabe and her were left in the large main hall. Moen feels that Your Highness Crown Prince should send people to fish out the little austere prince, said Yao Moen helplessly. He had been in the toilet for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Other than falling in, what other explanation could there be? Alright, Yao Moen had to admit that Chu Maxin had good intentions. In his eyes, Chu Mabe was the best of the best. Whoever married him would have accumulated several lifetimes of good fortune. However, she was an exception. If she married Chu Mabe, then just how many sins did she commit in her past life? Perhaps Maxin and Zhuer were too drunk and went to rest. Chu Mabe absent-mindedly poured a cup of wine, then poured another for Yao Moen. It's only 2 cups. Were they drinking alcohol? Yao Moen looked towards Chu Mabe very seriously. Chu Mabe was speechless. 3 black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. Chapter 420. I heard that Chu Empress went to Great Xia, Great Qi, Southern Chang, and Lulan and successfully stopped Great Chu's iron-blooded army's plan to form a 5-nation alliance. This can be said to be world-shaking. Mabe offers a toast to Chu Empress. Chu Mabe raised his wine cup as he spoke with a harmless expression. Your Highness Crown Prince's information network is truly exceptional. Yao Moen was inwardly shocked. Since Chu Mabe knew about this, didn't that mean that the iron-blooded army's commandant had already arrived in Great Chu? What? Is Chu Empress afraid that Mabe poisoned the wine? This banquet was prepared by Maxin and this prince didn't bring the wine. Does Chu Empress doubt Maxin's sincerity by being so worried? Chu Mabe lifted his brows as he glanced at the wine cup in front of Yao Moen. Moen was just thinking, after drinking this cup of wine, would Your Highness Crown Prince promise Moen one thing? Yao Moen felt that Chu Mabe wouldn't harm her in Chu Maxin's villa. But if she didn't drink this cup of wine, who knew what Chu Mabe would say in front of Maxin? What is it? Chu Mabe propped his elbow on the table as he swirled the wine in his cup with his jade fingers. He looked towards Yao Moen with interest. Moen wishes to see the King of Shu. Crown Prince, please make the arrangements. Yao Moen got straight to the point. Even if Chu Empress didn't say it, Imperial Father would still host a banquet in 2 days. Chu Mabe raised his cup and drank. Yao Moen saw that he had placed the empty wine cup on the table and raised it to take a small sip. Since that's the case, Moen will wait for the king of Shu to summon you. It's getting late, Moen. Moen. Yao Moen wanted to leave, but when she got up, her legs gave out and she fell back onto the chair. Sorry for the offense. Chu Mabe looked coldly at Yao Moen, who was on the verge of fainting. Indeed, he hadn't decided to follow Imperial Father's wishes to send Yao Moen back to Great Chu and hand her over to Yi Hongyi, but he had to bring her out of the villa first. This matter had too many implications and he didn't want Chu Maxin to get involved. Chu Mabe. It's best if you don't let Moen wake up. Yao Moen's eyes suddenly turned cold as she growled through gritted teeth. However, in the next second, her vision went blank and she finally sank into darkness. Yin Xiong. Chu Mabe let out a long sigh, then summoned Yin Xiong. However, he didn't expect that along with Yin Xiong would be the slaughter vanquisher wolf that Chu Shi had just recently taken under his command. The so-called wolf killer was a top assassin from the western region, and he was ranked number 1 in the world of assassins. The 3 members were 7 Kills, Army Breaker, and Ravenous Wolf. Master. Yin Xiong had already been subdued. He looked towards Chu Mabe worriedly. What are you guys doing? Chu Mabe furrowed his brows and questioned coldly. His lordship has ordered us to bring Yao Moen away. As 7 Kills spoke, he flashed the token at his waist. His voice was cold and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Imperial Father actually. His heart was stifled for a moment, and even twitched. In a sense, Chu Shi had used Chu Mabe this time. Just as Chu Mabe was hesitating, 7 Kills and the others carried the unconscious Yao Moen over their shoulders and left. Master. Yin Xiong broke through his meridian and looked towards Chu Mabe. Forget it. You alone can't fight against a slaughter vanquisher wolf. Also, this crown prince can't openly oppose Imperial Father. You can leave. Chu Mabe found it hard to calm down. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. The second Yin Xiong disappeared, Chu Maxin fiercely pushed open the door and walked in. His eyes were filled with anger. Imperial older brother, where's Yao Moen? Behind Chu Maxin, Kubu Zhe also appeared in the main hall with 4 strangely dressed people. Yao Moen ah. You didn't come back for so long, so she went to the latrine to get you out. Chu Mabe laughed dryly, but when he saw Chu Maxin's fiery gaze, the smile on his face disappeared. Great Shu and Yi Hongyi have formed an alliance. As Yao Moen is a rebel, this crown prince has already ordered people to send her back to Great Chu. Chu Mabe took all the blame on himself. Back then, because of Yao Moen, Maxin and Imperial Father's relationship had taken a turn for the worse. Now, he definitely couldn't let Maxin and Imperial Father get into a fight again. Imperial older brother. How could you do this? You clearly know that I was the one who invited Yao Moen, yet now you're capturing her and even want to send her to Yi Hongyi's hands. What kind of situation are you putting Maxin in? Chu Maxin was so angry that his eyes started to mist up. The big brother he respected the most in his life had actually used him. Chu Mabe, you're simply despicable and shameless. Older sister Moen is this princess and Maxin's guest. Even if you wanted to capture her, you shouldn't have gone to Maxin's villa. Kubu Zhe was enraged as well. She immediately ordered the 4 guards behind her to charge forward. Chu Mabe smiled bitterly, unable to explain himself. However, he was glad that his younger brother finally didn't need him to stand up for him anymore. In reality, having a good wife was just as important as having a good father. How could Yin Xiong let Chu Mabe get hurt? He immediately appeared and fought with Kubu Zhe. The entire main hall was filled with flashes of blades and shadows of swords. A perfectly good table of food was offered to Xitigarbha Temple before they even had a chance to eat. Even though Yin Xiong was outnumbered, he still had the upper hand. In the end, he was still a top-notch hidden guard. Even a random person from killing vanquishing wolf wouldn't be a match for him. Just as the five of them were locked in a stalemate, an ear-piercing phoenix cry suddenly rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Younger sister. Yin Xiong abruptly put away his dragon whisker whip and looked towards Yin Xue in shock. Where's master? Yin Xue knew that the situation wasn't good the moment she entered, so she raised her phoenix wing chain and separated everyone. Older sister Yin Xue, Chu Mabe captured older sister Mo Wan and even said that he was going to hand older sister over to Yi Hongyi. What should we do? Ku Bu Zhe wiped away her tears as she spoke in a sobbing voice. As expected, something happened. Hand over master. Yin Xue gripped the phoenix wing chain tightly as her sharp eyes shot towards Yin Xiong. Ku Bu Zhe. Beat him up for this princess. Seeing that there was help, Ku Bu Zhe immediately became spirited and charged towards Yin Xiong. Adding Yin Xue's phoenix wing chain to the mix, Yin Xiong was defeated in about 20 moves. Yin Xiong, back down. Chu Mabe saw that Yin Xiong wasn't a match and ordered him to stand behind him. Chu Mabe. Since you captured master, Yin Xue will capture you in exchange for master. Chu Mabe could control Yin Xiong, but he couldn't control Yin Xue and the others. Just as Yin Xue was about to charge over, someone suddenly ran over from the entrance, panting heavily. Stop. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. When everyone heard this, their gazes fell on Huangfu Juanxiu, who was panting heavily at the entrance. What misunderstanding? Speak. Chu Maxin immediately stepped forward and grabbed Huangfu Juanxiu by the collar, his gaze sharp. This matter has nothing to do with the crown prince. Juanxiu recognizes the people who kidnapped Empress Chu, they're His Majesty's people. Huangfu Juanxiu shut his mouth. Yin Xue only hesitated for 0.1 second before throwing the phoenix wing chain at Chu Mabe. Yin Xue, don't. Perhaps this matter really has nothing to do with Imperial Brother. Seeing that Yin Xue wasn't holding back, Chu Maxin immediately rushed in front of Chu Mabe to block the phoenix wing chain. Isn't King Shu's will also the crown prince's will? Yin Xue didn't think much of it. Imperial Brother, didn't Imperial Father reject the right emissary of the Iron Blood Corps? Why did he still want to kidnap Yaomoan? Chu Maxin felt that he had really been too angry just now. He should have trusted his Imperial Brother. Ever since he could remember, his Imperial Brother had always been protective of him. Speechless, Chu Mabe stared at Huangfu Juanxiu with a murderous gaze. He wanted nothing more than to gouge out his eyes and feed them to the dogs. Huangfu Juanxiu was at a loss. His Highness the Crown Prince was thanking him in a very special way. Chapter 421. Replying austere Prince, the Iron Blood Army's Captain Wu Ming is His Majesty's sworn brother. His Majesty agreed to Wu Ming's request. Your Highness, Crown Prince. As a hidden guard, Yin Xiong's words clearly crossed the line. At this moment, sensing Chu Mabe's anger, Yin Xiong immediately shut his mouth. Imperial Brother, why didn't you say anything just now? No. Maxin will go find Imperial Father right now and ask for Yaomoan back. Chu Maxin thought for a moment, then immediately turned to leave. However, Chu Mabe stopped him. This is the reason why this crown prince didn't say anything. Based on your understanding of Imperial Father, would he really let Yaomoan go? Chu Mabe let out a heavy sigh. From the looks of it now, he could only stand on Chu Maxin's side. Then what should we do? We can't just watch as Imperial Father hands Yao Moen over to Yi Hongyi. Chu Machine objected. That's right. No matter what, Zhe has to save Big Sister Moen. It's fine even if I have to beg Imperial Father to step in. In any case, Zhe won't let anyone bully Big Sister Moen. Kubu Zhe's vicious eyes flashed with a biting cold light. All of you, calm down. First, let this crown prince enter the palace and make some inquiries. Afterwards, we can make our plans. Chu Mabe calmed everyone down, then left the courtyard and headed straight for the imperial palace. When Yao Imo Wan woke up from her coma, the first thing she saw was a large luminous pearl. Using the light of the luminous pearl, Yao Imo Wan could see everything around her. Are you awake? Yao Moen turned towards the source of the voice and was shocked to see Chu Shi sitting on a solid wooden chair carved from red pear blossoms. He was dressed in a dragon robe and exuded an imposing aura. It's rare that the king of Shu still has the face to see Moen. You've cultivated your face pretty well, said Yao Moen coldly. Behind Chu Shi, 7 kills wanted to step forward but was stopped by Chu Shi. I advise you to be careful with your words, otherwise, you can kill Moen. Come on. Yao Moen struggled to get up, her clear eyes filled with disdain. She was sure that Chu Shi would not dare to kill her, because she knew that the captain of the Iron Blood Army wanted him alive. You can blame me, but this has nothing to do with Machine. Chu Shi was grateful to Yao Moen. If it wasn't for this, it was very likely that he would have killed his own son with his own hands and made a huge mistake. However, in the face of a brother who had treated him with sincerity for decades, Chu Shi had no other choice. Even if Moen doesn't say it, Machine will find out sooner or later. Yao Moen snorted coldly as she looked towards Chu Shi. However, she was extremely worried in her heart. Judging from Chu Shi's stance, she was probably done for this time. Then let Machine blame me. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Send Yao Moen to Great Chu tonight. Chu Shi was helpless. He waved his hand and 5 men dressed in black walked towards Yao Moen. These 5 people were the top bodyguard experts by Chu Shi's side. They were called Jinxi, Mushi, Shuaishi, Huishi, and Tushi respectively. The name she was given to him by Chu Shi. It's not just Chu Machine. The king of Shu's actions will definitely bring disaster to Great Shu in the future. At the very least, Lulan, Daki, and the powerful southern rulers won't let this matter rest. Chu Shi was speechless. He waved his hand, and the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth stood where they were. Yao Moen originally thought that there would be a turn for the better, but after hearing Chu Shi's words, she completely despaired. Yao Moen, it's not that this old man can't distinguish between good and evil, nor is it that this old man is ungrateful. During the Battle of Jingshui back then, if it weren't for Nameless, this old man would have already died in the Yellow Springs. This old man's life, and even the entire Great Shu owes Nameless. Even if what I do today will bring disaster to Great Shu, this old man will not regret it. Chu Shi's low voice was filled with unconcealable determination. Then, he got up and left the secret room. At this moment, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had already walked in front of Yao Moen. When they raised their hands, Yao Moen shockingly saw a face that looked exactly like hers. However, after that, she sank into darkness. All of you listen, don't let her wake up on the way. Of course, we have to weigh the severity of the drug. Before handing it over to Nameless, we don't want Yao Moen to suffer any harm. Looking at Yao Moen whose eyes were tightly shut, Chu Shi sighed inwardly. Yao Moen, this is all we can do. After metal, wood, water, fire, and earth brought Yao Moen away, the woman with the same face as Yao Moen gracefully walked in front of Chu Shi. Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate Bingshin has already prepared everything. A clear and melodious voice spilled out from the mouth of the woman called Leng Bingshin. Chu Shi nodded slightly. Killing vanquishing wolf, tomorrow morning, bring Leng Bingshin to Great Chu. Remember, until the very last moment, do not expose Leng Bingshin's identity. Delay for as long as you can, ordered Chu Shi coldly. This subordinate obeys. After returning to Purple Imperial Palace, Chu Shi hadn't even sat down when he saw a eunuch rush in. Reporting to your majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience. When Chu Shi heard this, his eyes gradually darkened, but he still nodded in agreement. The moment the eunuch left Purple Imperial Palace, Chu Mabe walked and dressed in purple. This son kowtows in salute to Imperial Father. Chu Mabe saluted respectfully. Out of the corner of his eyes, he inadvertently caught sight of the revealing courage sword that Chu Shi had hung on the wall. It was just a sword, yet Imperial Father had even deceived him. It was clear how important this nameless was in Imperial Father's heart. Perhaps he should avoid the sharp edge. Imperial Father knows that you feel uncomfortable, but for the sake of safety and for the sake of harmony between you brothers, only Imperial Father can be the bad guy. Before Chu Mabe could question him, Chu Shi had already stated his reason. Moreover, this reason was so dignified that no one could refute it. This son understands Imperial Father's painstaking efforts. It's just that Yao Moen is a crafty person and she has many friends, so this son is willing to volunteer to personally escort Yao Moen back to Great Chu. Chu Mabe resolutely requested. Your apprehension isn't without reason, but don't worry. Ever since killing vanquishing wolf followed Imperial Father, there have been no records of them failing. Imperial Father believes that this time, they will definitely accomplish their mission. Furthermore, Imperial Father is already advanced in age and is no longer capable of handling government affairs. You should stay by Imperial Father's side and share Imperial Father's burdens. In time, Imperial Father should also pass the throne to you. Chu Shi spoke sincerely and earnestly, but in his heart, he was thinking about something else. Since Imperial Father has made arrangements, this son will comply. Chu Mabe no longer pestered him and immediately withdrew after receiving the order. As he looked at the son he was most proud of, a meaningful smile appeared on Chu Shi's face. When he returned to the courtyard, Chu Maxin and the others who had been waiting for a long time immediately surrounded him. Imperial brother, what did Imperial Father say? Did you see Yao Moen? Asked Chu Maxin impatiently. Imperial Father will order killing vanquishing wolf to send Yao Moen back to Great Chu tomorrow morning. If you guys want to save Yao Moen, the best way is to ambush and kill her midway, said Chu Mabe calmly. Whether it was because he was analyzing the current situation or out of selfishness, Chu Mabe hoped that the infuriating Yao Moen would survive. Us? You don't plan on going? Kubu Zhur lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Mabe, expressing her doubt towards his words. If this crown prince doesn't oversee the Eastern Palace, Imperial Father will definitely be suspicious. Also, if the situation changes, there should at least be people in the capital who can receive you, right? Chu Mabe was extremely speechless at being doubted by his future sister-in-law. That's fine. Imperial brother, you stay here and we'll rest early. We'll meet back here tomorrow morning. No matter what, we have to rescue Yao Moen, said Chu Maxin calmly. Everyone nodded and dispersed. Originally, Kubu Zhur had prepared a room for Yin Xue in the courtyard so that she wouldn't waste her energy running back and forth, but Yin Xue had refused. Master's foresight was divine. Now that Master had been captured, she had to send Yi Junqing back to Ji province as soon as possible. Inside the old residence, Tingyu placed the teapot on the table with an indifferent expression. She didn't even glance at Yi Junqing. Ever since she moved into this residence, Tingyu had always maintained this icy expression. She had never given Yi Junqing any face. Tingyu, this tea doesn't seem to have been boiled yet, right? When Yi Junqing lifted the teapot to pour the tea, he could clearly see the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water. When he touched the cup with his finger, although the cup was warm, it was far from scalding his hand. It's still tea even if it's not boiled. If Prince dislikes Tingyu's cooking, then you can boil it yourself, said Tingyu resentfully. Chapter 422. Ahem. Tingyu, this prince feels that there's no reason for you to be angry. That's right, this prince did do something to hurt you back then, especially when I was addressing you. I didn't consider your feelings, but this prince was under the effects of the parasite, so it's understandable. Yi Junqing decided to have a good talk with Tingyu. Tingyu isn't as petty as Prince. Tingyu has already forgotten about this small matter. When Tingyu saw Yi Junqing's serious expression, she turned around and looked directly at him. Then other than this matter, what else are you dissatisfied with about this prince? Yi Junqing was confused. Since Prince has asked this, then Tingyu has some things to say. Tingyu would like to ask Prince, does one have to pay with their life for killing someone while drunk? Tingyu's voice was cold and her expression was solemn. This. What do you mean? Yi Junqing felt that this was a trap, so he couldn't answer. What Tingyu means is that although drunk people are muddle-headed, killing someone is killing someone, so they should pay with their life. I don't know if Prince still remembers how you bullied my master after you were poisoned by the parasite. Prince must have been possessed and all you could think about was Duantingting. You were afraid that she would be cold today, afraid that she would be hot tomorrow, afraid that she would be cold in your hands, afraid that she would melt in your mouth. Even Tingyu doesn't like it, much less my master. Ever since Prince entered Guan Osprey Palace, Her Highness has always done everything for Prince. Who knows how many knives Her Highness has blocked for Prince? If Her Highness doesn't have Prince in her heart, then Tingyu would rather die than believe it. Prince can imagine how heartbroken Her Highness must be when she sees the man she loves being intimate with another woman. Although Her Highness tolerates it in front of others, Tingyu has seen Her Highness cry many times. As Tingyu spoke, her tears fell. This prince knows. Yi Junqing's clear eyes were dim as he sat by the table and tightened his grip on the teacup. What the hell does Prince know? In order to make Master happy, Supremacy Han has put in so much effort and treats Master indescribably well. He even proposed marriage to Master. But the person Master can't forget is you heartless man. Humph. The more Tingyu spoke, the angrier she got. She didn't pay much attention to her words. Believe it or not, this king really didn't know what he was doing back then. Yi Junqing didn't dare to express his grievance, but if it weren't for the parasites, he swore that he wouldn't even look at Duantingting. Actually, these are not the main points that Tingyu wanted to say. Tingyu sobbed for a while before changing the topic. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the back of Yi Junqing's head. If that's not the main point, then what are you blabbering about? When Yi Junqing remained silent, Tingyu continued to speak. What Tingyu wants to say is that Supreme Lord Han has already proposed to Master. If Wang Ye continues to act like this, Tingyu will be worried to death. Tingyu finally returned to the topic at hand. In truth, Tingyu would occasionally express sympathy for Yi Junqing when he was afflicted by the parasite. This prince also wants to, but Duantingting is still this prince's nominal consort. If this prince brought this up to Yao Moen right now, wouldn't that be wronging Yao Moen? Even if Wang Ye can't think of a solution right now, you should at least let Master know what Wang Ye is thinking. Tingyu has never heard Wang Ye speak so heartfelt words to Master before. Also, after Duantingting's matter, Wang Ye has never formally apologized to Master, said Tingyu coldly. When Yi Junqing heard this, he fell silent. A moment later, Yi Junqing didn't say anything and immediately got up to leave. What is Wang Ye going to do? Tingyu looked towards Yi Junqing, who seemed to be on steroids. This prince is going to find Yaomoan. This prince will never feel at ease leaving her with Chu Maoxin. Yi Junqing was worried about that bastard Chu Maobei. Right now, there were clearly too many wolves and not enough meat. There's no need to go. There's an important matter in Ji province. Master has already returned. Just as Yi Junqing reached the door, he saw Yin Shui rush in. Returned? How is that possible? If she went back, why didn't she tell this prince? Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. First of all, it's an urgent matter. Master and austere prince are already riding a carriage pulled by 1,000-li steed towards Great Chu. Second of all, Master feels that traveling with Wang Ye would affect her mood. Especially with austere prince and sunshine princess accompanying her, Wang Ye would seem very unnecessary, explained Yin Shui. This prince is unnecessary. She actually thinks that this prince is unnecessary. Humph. How long have they been gone for? Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Shui angrily. He didn't doubt Yin Shui's words at all, because based on Yi Junqing's understanding of Yaomoan, this was something Yaomoan would do. They set off at noon, and with the help of 1,000-li steed, they should have gone past 3 cities by now, said Yin Shui seriously. Isn't it just 3 cities? Let's see if this prince can catch up to them, said Yi Junqing angrily, then rushed out of the old residence. Master has ordered Tingyu to return to Ji province with Wang Ye so that she can serve Wang Ye on the way. Wang Ye. Before Yin Shui could finish, Yi Junqing had already disappeared. Yin Shui, has Nyang really returned to Ji province? Inside the room, Tingyu looked towards Yin Shui worriedly. She felt that there had to be a reason for this sudden change. Master has been captured by the king of Shu and will be sent to the Chu palace tomorrow. When Yin Shui turned around, her expression was grave. As a hidden guard, this was the first time she had disobeyed Yaomoan's orders. Yin Shui truly couldn't ignore Yaomoan's situation. As for Yi Junqing, Yin Shui had already sent a messenger pigeon to Yan Nanqing to explain everything. How could this be? Austere prince is just going to let master be captured. Tingyu was shocked and looked towards Yin Shui anxiously. Forget about Chu Maoxin, even Chu Maobei can't stop the king of Shu this time. However, we've already planned to rescue master tomorrow, then quickly leave Great Shu. Tingyu, I'll take you back to the villa right now. As Yin Shui spoke, she wrapped her arms around Tingyu and disappeared from the old residence in the blink of an eye. As dawn approached, Yin Shui and the joy, fury, sorrow, and joy set up an ambush on the path from the capital to Great Chu. Chu Maobei had also very generously sent out Yin Xiong, but due to his status, Yin Xiong could only help in secret. Chu Maoxin, Kubu Zhuer, and Tingyu were waiting on a plankway nearby. Once they rescued Yaomoan, they would send her away from Great Shu as quickly as possible. Everything was prepared and the slaughter-vanquishing wolves appeared in Yin Shui's line of sight. In the forest, the slaughter-vanquishing wolves surrounded the carriage carrying Lang Bingxin, 1 in front and 2 at the back. Suddenly, 7 Kills raised his hand and his deep eyes shot towards the depths of the forest. Hiding your head and showing your tail, your martial arts aren't up to par. 7 Kills sneered, the disdain in his eyes clear. When Yin Shui heard this, she was inwardly shocked. As expected of an outstanding assassin, his skills were extraordinary. Right at this moment, the joy, fury, sorrow, and joy stopped being pretentious. When they heard someone call out their name, they immediately revealed themselves and landed in front of 7 Kills. Please, they said, hiding your head and showing your tail, so what are you two doing here? Joy looked at Fury and Sorrow with a miserable expression and rubbed her forehead. We've already shown our tail, so how can we still hide? Fury rubbed his brows and said resentfully. That's not necessarily true. Why don't you ask him if he's discovered you guys or not? Lele said disapprovingly. Hey! Have you discovered the two of us? Sorrow looked toward Seven Kills with a serious expression. In the shadows, Yin Shue's lips twitched and Yin Xiong broke out in a cold sweat. Stop talking nonsense. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? Seven Kills glared at them and roared angrily. Almost at the same time, the Joy, Fury, Sorrow, and Joy attacked at the same time, using their ultimate skills to attack Seven Kills. Seven Kills was really angry. When he didn't want to listen, he would spout nonsense, but when he wanted to listen, he wouldn't even let out a fart. No matter how good Seven Kills' martial arts were, he couldn't escape unscathed under the joint attack of 4 ultimate skills. In the blink of an eye, Seven Kills' left arm was already bleeding. Chapter 423. Preposterous. You ambushed me. Seven Kills clenched his teeth. Behind him, defeating armies and greed had already flown forward and brandished their weapons. You don't make sense at all. Ambushed? Didn't you notice us? She waved the 7-star lock in her hand and explained innocently. That's right, we did it openly. Lele wasn't happy either. Same old trick. Do you think I'm an idiot? Defeating armies, guard the carriage. Greed, go. Seven Kills had already sensed Joy, anger, sorrow, and Joy's strategy. They were clearly using words to divert attention and wait for an opportunity to win in one move. At this moment, how could Seven Kills listen to their nonsense? He immediately charged forward with Greed. Seeing that defeating armies was the only one guarding the carriage, Yin Shui suddenly raised her phoenix wing chain and charged towards defeating armies. In the shadows, Yin Xiong continuously shot out hidden weapons to help Joy, anger, sorrow, and Joy and successfully restrained Seven Kills and Greed. At the same time, Yin Shui had already forced defeating armies to retreat. Seeing that the Joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure was a bit overwhelmed, Yin Shui suddenly tapped her feet and spun her phoenix wing chain in the air. Silver needles shot towards defeating armies like a rainstorm. Defeating armies had no choice but to retreat a few meters. Yin Shui seized the opportunity and rushed into the carriage. She grabbed the unconscious Lang Bingxin in her arms and leaped away. Seven Kills. Don't think too highly of yourself. She immediately said when she saw Yin Shui save Yao Moen. Did you really think we were hiding our heads and showing our tails? Nu snorted and waved her sword. We did it on purpose. Sorrow said the truth. Our goal was. Lele looked towards everyone and saw Joy, anger, sorrow, and Joy all shout in unison, teasing, You've, to, play, with, you. The forest returned to silence. Only Seven Kills' beast-like roars could be heard. Yin Shui had mistaken Lang Bingxin for Yao Moen and brought her back to the plankway. At this time, Chu Maxin had been waiting there for a long time. Your Highness. What happened to your Highness? When Ting Yut saw Yin Shui place the unconscious Lang Bingxin in the carriage, she immediately helped her up with tears welling up in her eyes. It's fine, Master was just drugged. Yin Shui thanks Austere Prince and Sunshine Princess on behalf of Master for their assistance. Yin Shui turned towards Chu Maxin and cupped her hands in gratitude. It's not good to stay here for long. You should hurry and send Yao Moen back to Ji Province. Although this prince wants to go with you, Imperial older brother is right. This prince should stay and stop Imperial father from chasing after you. As he looked at the unconscious and pale Yao Moen, Chu Maxin's heart ached to the extreme. Goodbye. Yin Shui also knew that the situation was serious, so she immediately drove away. The carriage gradually disappeared, but Chu Ma-shin was reluctant to turn around. Don't worry, Big Sister Moen is a virtuous person. Besides, Yin Shui will protect you, so nothing will happen. Kubu Zhu'er could tell that Chu Ma-shin was worried, so she comforted him. Sure, thank you. When Chu Ma-shin heard this, his eyes lit up. Because of Big Sister Moen. Zhu'er saved Big Sister Moen because Big Sister Moen saved Zhu'er before. Kubu Zhu'er raised her brows. Her delicate little face had already become that of a beauty. The current Kubu Zhu'er was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Every frown and smile was as moving as a fairy's. Chu Ma-shin didn't say anything. He only smiled, then pulled Kubu Zhu'er back to the villa. Perhaps Kubu Zhu'er didn't mind, but ever since Chu Ma-shin could remember things, the only person in this world who truly treated him well was his imperial brother. No matter how big the problem was, he would always shoulder it for him. Now, there was another person. Thinking back to the scene in the villa where Kubu Zhu'er was, Chu Ma-shin's smile deepened. Perhaps having such a valiant wife wasn't a bad thing after all. Inside the inn, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth stared at Yao Moen, who was sitting on the couch. Jinsi, just how much did you give her? Mu Shi looked at Yao Moen, who was dozing off on the couch while looking at them. They had put Yao Moen on the couch, but in the time it took for them to eat, Yao Moen had already woken up. 4 pills. Jinsi simply poured out all the drugs in the bottle and started counting. The other 4 people's gazes all landed on the pills in Jinsi's hands. How much did Chu Shi, that old fool, give you guys? Yao Moen patted her mouth and yawned loudly. Then she looked towards Jin Shi and the others. 16, 17, 18. Jinsi counted seriously. Hey, this consort is talking to you. Can't you look at this consort? Yao Moen felt like she was the main character in this entire room. 19 pills, 20 pills. Why is this pill so small? Jinsi raised the nail-sized pill and instantly understood. Unscrupulous merchants were harming people. It must be because 1 pill wasn't enough when he fed her the last time. Yao Moen saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she got up. However, in the next second, she was stopped by Jinsi and Mu Shi. What are you going to do? Jinsi held the pill in her hands, already prepared. You 5 grown men are standing here. Even if this consort doesn't eat that lousy thing, it's impossible for this consort to escape. Furthermore, if this consort didn't hear wrongly, the king of Shu has decreed that before this consort is delivered to Nameless, this consort can't be harmed in the slightest. Otherwise, if you guys dare to feed this consort the aphrodisiac, if this consort has the life to see the king of Shu again, I'll definitely tell him that you guys tainted this consort's innocence. Furthermore, your methods are cruel and despicable. Yao Moen naturally saw through Jinsi's intentions. Yao Moen, you can't speak irresponsibly. Jinsi hesitated. Whether this consort can speak irresponsibly or not completely depends on where you put the pill in your hands. Yao Moen glanced at the pill in Jinsi's hands, then walked around Mu Shi to the table and poured herself a cup of water. After Jinsi discussed it with everyone, she felt that her reputation was as great as the sky, so she gave up on feeding Yao Moen any more aphrodisiac. Yao Moen saw Jinsi's actions out of the corner of her eyes and inwardly sighed in relief. How dangerous. Fortunately, Chu Shi was extremely sinister and ruthless, but the soldiers he raised were all human heads and pig brains. However, Yao Moen liked it. Listen, I can stop feeding you aphrodisiac, but don't think that you can escape. With the 5 of us here, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Jinsi warned Yao Moen. Actually, how much money did Chu Shi give you guys for you to work so hard for him? As long as you guys nod, this consort will pay you 10 times the price and even find a beautiful place for you to retire. There was a saying called being rich and overbearing. Yao Moen's current expression was exactly like this. Don't speak nonsense. We are loyal and devoted to his lord. How could we be bribed with such a small favor? Since you can leave now, there's no need for us brothers to carry you. Go on your way. Jinxie really wanted to knock Yao Moen out, but she didn't do so because of Yao Moen's threat. Hey! This consort just woke up and hasn't eaten yet. Yao Moen objected. If you keep being so long-winded, I'll seal your mute acupoint, warned Jinxie coldly. Yao Moen fell silent, then obediently walked out of the room. How was she supposed to call for help if she couldn't speak? Meanwhile, Yao Moen left the inn under the protection of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Originally, she was going to follow Jinxie and the others to the stables to get the horses and carriage, but when she saw that azure figure, she froze in shock. Yi Junqing. Yao Moen shook her head. When she focused her eyes, her heart instantly went cold. At this time, Yi Junqing and Jinxie were walking face to face. Brother, this horse is a fine steed. Are you willing to sell it? When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Jinxie, she cried. She had always been scared of sending a sheep into a tiger's den. She hadn't expected that there would be someone who would take the initiative to send themselves over. Chapter 424. Go away. Yao Moen was even more shocked. He actually didn't recognize Great Chu's esteemed prince. He really had eyes but couldn't recognize Mount Tai. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing walking towards her with a shrug, she immediately turned around in fear of being discovered. Yao Moen didn't think that Yi Junqing would be able to fight 1 against 5. Where do you think you're going? Perhaps because Yao Moen's movements were too big, she immediately grabbed Yao Moen's arm and forced her back to her original position. At this moment, Yao Moen's head was lowered to her chest as she muttered, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, you." Yi Junqing shook and looked towards Yao Moen in shock. When Yao Moen pursued this matter, Yi Junqing felt very wronged. He wasn't blind, how could he not see a living person like Yao Moen? You what you? Have you never seen a beauty before? Go away. Yao Moen knew that the situation was bad and shouted so loudly that Huoshi and Tushi's eardrums hurt. Yi Junqing was also stunned. What me? You have the nerve to come out and scare people when you're so ugly. Hurry and scram. Scram as far away as possible. In any case, don't let this lady see you again. Yao Moen fully displayed her shrewish nature. How can she casually curse people? This is crazy, right? Yi Junqing looked towards Tushi innocently with a shocked expression. You're the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. So what if I curse you? I'll bite you. As Yao Moen spoke, she was about to rush up but Tushi stopped her. Sorry. Let's go. Tushi gave Huoshi a look. The two of them picked up Yao Moen and got onto the carriage. As the carriage sped away, Yi Junqing's expression turned cold. There was no doubt that Yao Moen had been captured. Ever since they entered the carriage, Yao Moen hadn't said a single word. This made Tushi and Huoshi feel that Yao Moen had definitely been possessed. However, since Yao Moen didn't speak, they were more than happy. Thus, the carriage began to move in the direction of Great Chu. After about 2 days, Yi Junqing didn't appear again. Only then did Yao Moen's tense heart relax a little. At the very least, Yi Junqing hadn't let his emotions affect his decisions. Otherwise, all of her previous plans would have been for nothing. At this moment, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all having their meals. Yao Mo Wan was leaning on the side of the bed, thinking about what kind of divine being that old man called Wu Ming was. To be able to become sworn brothers with the king of Shu, this Wu Ming was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he was willing to submit to the late emperor of Chu and sell his life for him. This was a bit unreasonable. It was even possible for such an extraordinary person to establish himself as a king, so why would he want to guard the country for someone else? If they could solve this question, then they would be able to find the right remedy to the problem and break up the Iron Blood Army. If Yi Hongyi did not have the Iron Blood Army, then what would he be? Right at this moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. She raised her eyes in alarm, but when she saw who it was, her eyes relaxed. We didn't order any dishes. You can leave now. When Jinxi waved her hand, the waiter didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he walked into the room and locked the door. Don't you understand? I told you to back off. She said angrily. At the side, too, she came to a realization. You look so familiar. She's brows creased as she tried hard to recall. Aren't you the person who was scolded at the inn last time? She looked towards the newcomer in shock. It was Yi Junqing, who was dressed as a waiter. That's right. I am. Yi Junqing didn't refute her. Why are you here? Asked she. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, their expressions cold. Of course I'm here for revenge. Did this prince scold you for nothing? Yi Junqing leisurely walked to the table and placed the tray in his hands on the table. His clear eyes passed over everyone and landed on Yao Moen. Only when he saw that she was fine did he look away. This prince? Who exactly are you? She understood the meaning behind Yi Junqing's words. She immediately got up, but just as she was about to pull out her sword, she suddenly discovered that her limbs had gone soft and she fell back onto the chair. Pigs, don't be stupid. Even now, you still can't guess who he is. Yao Moen lazily got up from the couch and walked in front of Shi with the most elegant posture. She snatched her weapon and threw it on the ground. Then she tore off the tablecloth and nimbly tied Shi to the chair. Yao Moen. You're so sinister, shouted Shi angrily. At this moment, the other 4 people also collapsed onto the chairs and waited for Yao Moen to make her move like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. No matter how sinister you are, you can't be more sinister than the king of Shu. Yi Junqing, this consort had thought that you wouldn't come. Even if Yao Moen didn't want Yi Junqing to take risks, she wouldn't feel comfortable if Yi Junqing really did abandon her. Thankfully, Yi Junqing had handled this matter very well and cleanly. He's Yi Junqing. He's actually Yi Junqing. When Shi and the others heard this, they were extremely vexed. If they had known that he was Yi Junqing, they would have ganged up on him that day at the inn and they wouldn't have ended up like this. From this, it could be seen just how important it was to be experienced and knowledgeable. Yi Junqing, are you all right? I'm talking to you right. After Yao Moen finished tying up the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth ropes, she turned around to find that Yi Junqing was still standing there motionlessly. Suddenly, Yao Moen felt a pair of arms wrap around her tightly and the banging sounds in her ears made her feel a bit anxious. Moen. Thank goodness you're all right. Thank goodness I made it in time. If the inn had missed out on you, Junqing wouldn't be able to die in peace. Yi Junqing's low voice was trembling uncontrollably. No one knew how Yi Junqing had managed to get through these past 2 days. He had been taking shortcuts to get to the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth ropes without stopping. He had been rushing day and night, but he couldn't stop his thoughts from running wild. He was afraid that something bad would happen to Yao Moen. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Yao Moen in time. He was afraid that if he made a single mistake, he wouldn't have the chance to say those heartfelt words that he had been holding back for so long. Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing's reaction was clearly outside of Yao Moen's expectations. It wasn't the first time they had gone through life and death situations together, but Yi Junqing had never been this excited. Moen, I love you. Yi Junqing finally mustered up his courage. The matter with the a pair of wings parasites and Ting Yu's enlightenment allowed him to completely understand what that strange feeling he had been harboring for so long was. What sound? Yi Junqing, what did you say? SSSS, just as Yi Junqing was about to confess, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Yao Moen was forced to cover her ears. Yi Junqing immediately pulled out his flexible sword and fiercely chopped down at the enormous insect in front of him. However, what Yi Junqing didn't expect was that when the insect was chopped down, 2 silver needles would shoot towards him. In this moment of imminent peril, Yao Moen risked her life to block in front of Yi Junqing. Instead, she ended up being protected by Yi Junqing's embrace. However, the result wasn't satisfactory. Both Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were pierced by the silver needles. What are you trying to snatch? Can male and female needles be able to distinguish between male and female? As the insect was cut off, 2 figures jumped out of the window. At this moment, Yao Moen's mind was in a mess. She didn't know if male and female needles could distinguish between male and female, but she couldn't. The 2 people in front of her were dressed strangely. One of them was dressed in white and wore a white hat. His eyebrows and hair were as white as snow. His facial features were too mediocre, so it was really hard to tell his gender. Yao Moen decided to temporarily take him as a transvestite. The other person was dressed in black and wore a black hat. His eyebrows and hair were as black as ink. As for his appearance, she could just barely make out that he was a person, and a man at that. This was because the Adam's apple at the base of his neck was very prominent. When she looked further down, the symbol of masculinity was even more exaggerated. Cough cough, don't look at indecent things, who are you people? Yi Junqing clearly wasn't as observant as Yao Moen. Chapter 425. I.O. Your Highness, don't speak so loudly. Bye-bye is so scared, so scared. The transvestite dressed in white lifted her fingers and fanned herself with a silk handkerchief. The gaudy fragrance of makeup made Yi Junqing cough violently. That wasn't all, but the transvestite was actually rubbing against the black-clothed man's chest, rubbing here and there until, "There's a bed over there," reminded Yao Moen kindly. However, Yao Moen's good intentions weren't rewarded. The black-clothed man very gently pushed the transvestite away and walked in front of Yao Moen with large strides. Yao Moen instantly felt like the sky had darkened. She raised her head and couldn't help but sigh. Tall and sturdy as a black bear. You're Yao Moen. Black Bear actually had a real name. He was called Mo Chang and he was the left emissary of the Iron Blood Army. At that time, he had been sent to Daqi, Lulan, and Nanxiang under nameless orders. However, because of Yao Moen's interference, he had to return empty-handed. Because of this, he had suffered a round of torture. No. Yao Moen immediately shook her head. She is. Everyone says that Empress Chu is an idiot, but look at her. Just one look and you can tell that there's something wrong with her brain. That eyebrow, those eyes, if she isn't an idiot, then who is? The transvestite actually had a real name. He was called Bai Zhan, and he was the right envoy of the Iron Blood Army. He was once a famous 7 feet tall man, but it was unknown what triggered him to become like this. Furthermore, he just so happened to hook up with Mo Chang. Excuse me, who are you guys? She, who was sitting at the table, felt that she couldn't pretend to be dead anymore. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they got back. I am the left envoy of the Iron Blood Army, Mo Chang. Under the orders of the commandant, I'm here to meet up with you. When Mo Chang introduced himself, Yao Moan's heart instantly dropped to the bottom of the valley. She had just escaped from the dragon's pool and entered the tiger's den. In the end, she had still implicated Yi Junqing. Are you guys really from the Iron Blood Army? She expressed her suspicions. This is the order plate of the Iron Blood Army. I believe the few of you should recognize it. As Mo Chang spoke, he took out a piece of scrap metal from his waist. On it was a word written in blood. Don't believe him. Can the command token of the iron-blooded army be made of iron? Also, it doesn't have the word blood on it. Yao Moan looked towards Jinxi with certainty. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Look at how tightly you've tied them up. Even if they want to help you, they have to be able to get up first. Besides, you're too ignorant. Is this iron? This was black gold. Look at your shabby appearance, you probably haven't seen any treasures before. The transvestite swayed his hips as he walked in front of Yao Moan. His slender phoenix eyes carried a trace of disdain. Poor. Are you talking about me? Yao Moan had always felt that she was overflowing with wealth. That's right, this is black gold. As for the words on it, they are divided according to the rank of authority. The commandant's token has the word iron, while the token on mine and envoy Bai's token has the word blood. The 3 vice commandants' token has the word soldier, while the rest of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals have the word regiment. Mo Chang explained. Since you're from the Iron Blood Corps, then Jinxi will hand Yao Moan over to you too. She didn't really trust Mo Chang, but to them, there was no point in dwelling on this issue. It's been a tough journey. Goodbye. Bye-bye, which one do you choose? Mo Chang cupped his fists towards Jinxi, then looked towards Baijan. Of course it's this shabby idiot. If a lowly person like this were to stick to you, who knows what methods he would use to seduce you. Yao Moan suddenly wanted to bite someone. Even if Yi Junqing had delivered himself to her, she would still have to consider it. Moan really can't compare to Miss Transvestite's taste. It's really fucking special. Yao Moan had always felt that she had self-restraint, but when faced with this kind of person, she had to admit that her self-restraint had been eaten by a dog. You're insulting people. The transvestite was displeased. Bye-bye, don't get angry. Can't you tell that he's praising you? Mo Chang's words were extremely sincere and didn't seem like he was being perfunctory. Thus, Yao Moan and Yi Junqing hugged each other's shoulders and didn't fall to the ground. Late at night, the forest was pitch black and tranquil. Occasionally, some beasts would pass by, but they would all run away in fright when they saw these 2 fellows who looked extremely similar to the black and white impermanences. Some of the more cowardly ones, like sparrows, actually fainted and became food. Moan, I'm sorry. Yao Moan and Yi Junqing were sitting next to the bonfire with their backs facing each other. There's no need to apologize. Think of a way to escape first. Yao Moan smiled bitterly. Between her and Yi Junqing, it was already hard to tell who was sorry. If there's a chance, hurry and run. Junqing will block them for you. Yi Junqing said in a low voice. If anything happened to Yao Moan, he naturally wouldn't be able to live alone. Since that was the case, he didn't mind using his life to exchange for Yao Moan's life. Prince's way of thinking isn't bad, but, can you speak a bit quieter? How disappointing. Also, stop thinking about escaping. Even if your acupoints were sealed by the male and female needles and your true chi flow was blocked, even if it wasn't sealed, as long as one of you can't escape, the other can forget about escaping. The transvestite finally withdrew his hand from the bear's body and looked towards Yao Moen and Yi Junqing resentfully. That's right. The male and female needles are our family's Bai's unique secret weapon. If the two of you are more than 200 meters away from each other, your heart and gallbladder will both hurt. Only when the distance is less than 200 meters will the pain stop, explained Mo Chang. When Yao Moen and Yi Junqing heard this, they both thought that Mo Chang was babbling nonsense. It was just a silver needle, he thought it was Sun Wukong's Jingu Bang. Left custodian Mo Chang is so tall and sturdy. Yao Moen had a brilliant idea and immediately called out in a soft voice. At this moment, Yao Moen narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked towards Mo Chang with a seductive expression. You're not allowed to look. Yao Moen, what are you doing? Yao Moen had just wanted to give it a try, but she hadn't expected Mo Chang's reaction to be so great. It seemed that he also knew what was beautiful and ugly. Earlier, the transvestite had been touching him for a long time but hadn't seen anything strange between his legs. Moen didn't do anything. Left custodian Mo Chang's. TSK, it's probably impossible to find a man more powerful than left custodian Mo Chang in this world. Yao Moen's eyes inadvertently glanced towards the place Mo Chang was trying to hide and her red lips curved into a flirtatious smile. Hi hey. What's going on? You don't like me anymore. No matter how blind the transvestite was, how could she not see such a large thing pointing at the sky and looking at the moon? That's not possible. Mo Chang immediately denied it. Unfortunately, the truth spoke louder than words. Then this. How do you explain this? The transvestite pointed at Mo Chang's muscular area as he said this hatefully. This was roasted by fire. It's too hot. I need to cool off. Mo Chang didn't know how to explain it, so he immediately got up and walked towards the forest. In this moment, Mo Chang was grateful that the heavens had created hands for humans. In reality, hands had many uses, such as right now, Moen, you should chase after him and take a look. I heard that when night falls in this forest, there will always be some beautiful fox spirits that can topple cities. Pretty female ghosts and whatnot. Aren't you afraid? Yao Moen looked towards Bai Zhan meaningfully. Bai Zhan naturally couldn't sit still and immediately chased in the direction Mo Chang had left in. Moen, this prince doesn't like this method of yours. Although Yi Junqing knew that Yao Moen was using a honey trap, he still didn't like it. In reality, he felt that Mo Chang wasn't too powerful. Then prince doesn't want to leave. Once Bai Zhan's figure faded out of sight, Yao Moen immediately got up and threw off the hemp rope. This. How did you get rid of it? Yi Junqing hadn't even felt Yao Moen's hand move. Prince, don't you think that now isn't the time to be thinking about this? Yao Moen's words woke him from his reverie. Yi Junqing also got up and threw off the rope. Just as he was about to pull Yao Moen into the air, he suddenly felt his true qi being obstructed. Chapter 426. Forget it, let's run. Yao Moen immediately decided. The two of them sprinted in the opposite direction of where Mo Chang and Bai Zhan had gone. The silvery moonlight was like a thin veil, scattering bits of silver on the ground. Yi Junqing held Yao Moen's hand tightly. The night wind blew his ink-like hair, making him look as elegant as an immortal. Yao Moen followed Yi Junqing's lead and couldn't help but glance at that handsome face. She recalled that night of love. Yi Junqing was that god who had descended from the heavens to save her from the hands of bandits. Even though he was wearing a mask, she still lost her heart. However, due to a freak combination of factors, the owner of that mask was actually Yi Hongyi. What would have happened if Yi Junqing had taken off that mask that night? Yao Moen withdrew her gaze and a trace of bitterness flashed through her lips. The autumn wind was chilly and Yao Moen shivered. Her heart instantly became clear. Instead of thinking about those things that could only be, if forever, it was better to think about how to escape now. Not good, they've caught up. Moen, hide, this prince will draw them away. Just as Yao Moen was about to sprint away, Yi Junqing suddenly stopped and pushed Yao Moen into a depression on the left. No. Moen can't. Yao Moen wanted to refuse, but she saw that Yi Junqing had already run away. Yao Moen was filled with worry as she looked at Yi Junqing's back. Under the faint moonlight, two figures slowly descended like ghosts. They stopped in front of Yi Junqing, just like the black and white impermanences from hell. So disobedient. I already said that you guys won't be able to escape, so why are you wasting your energy? Bai Zhan's standing posture was very unique. It was as if he was holding a carrot between his knees. Why is it only you? Where's Yao Moen? Mo Chang seemed even more tired than Yi Junqing after sprinting. It was as if he had just plowed the fields. Can he say if I ask him? It seems like it's time to let them experience the power of the male and female needles. Bai Zhan's hands formed an orchid as he lightly covered his mouth. His smile was vulgar and lewd, causing goosebumps to rise all over Yi Junqing's body. Let's go. Mo Chang took a step forward, but Yi Junqing took a step back. This prince will go. Yi Junqing didn't mind being pushed by Mo Chang. What he cared about was whether Mo Chang had washed his hands after plowing the fields. When they were about 200 meters away, Yi Junqing suddenly stopped and clutched his chest with both hands. His brows were tightly furrowed and his expression was conflicted. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Your heart must be aching. Male and female needles are like a husband and wife who are glued to each other. If you want to separate them, they will naturally be unhappy. You didn't seem to be in pain just now, so Yao Moen must have been nearby. Yao Moen, just come out. Otherwise, the only thing left for the two of you is to die of pain. As soon as Bai Zhan finished speaking, Yi Junqing's heart suddenly stopped aching. When he turned around, Yao Moen was already standing behind him. Her face was pale and her expression haggard. Moen. Are you all right? When he saw that it was Yao Moen, he immediately walked over. What a perverted thing. At that time, Yao Moen didn't believe in the androgynous needle. It was just a silver needle, how could it reach the heavens? But now, she didn't even have the courage to try again. That heart-wrenching pain was like a raging fire, like a poisonous snake's bite. In short, it was worse than death. Now you know how powerful this envoy is. Bai Zhan lifted his brows and walked over to Mo Chang's side. You two really didn't waste such a beautiful scene. It's just a pity that there's no one to clean up the chrysanthemums on the ground. It's such a shame. Yao Moen glanced at Bai Zhan, then turned to walk over with Yi Junqing's support. Where are the chrysanthemums? Mo Chang looked towards Bai Zhan suspiciously, only to see that Bai Zhan was extremely embarrassed and angry. In front of the bonfire, Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen's complexion was becoming increasingly pale and sweat was dripping down her forehead. He couldn't help but be stunned. Although his heart was aching, the pain seemed to be bearable. Yi Junqing, although you have Yao Moen in your heart, it can't compare to the affection Yao Moen has for you. The deeper the love, the more it hurts. Just now, this envoy saw that you only let out a few groans, but it looks like Yao Moen just took a trip to the gates of hell. Bai Zhan and Mo Chang sat facing each other with expressions of schadenfreude. Yi Junqing felt like his heart had been pricked by a wasp's stinger. He couldn't describe his current feelings. When faced with Yao Moen's snow-white complexion, he felt so ashamed that he didn't want to show his face. In the end, he had been too frivolous when he blurted out the word love. Moen. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen regretfully. His heart was incredibly heavy. This isn't the way back to Chu's palace. Where are you taking us? Yao Moen felt a bit helpless. She had hidden her feelings very well, but this pair of androgynous needles had completely exposed her. Chu's palace. In your dreams. I'll hand you over to Yi Hongyi and then have that stupid pig Yi Hongyi let you go. Bai Zhan snorted disdainfully. His tone was full of disdain and contempt. Yao Moen felt that Yi Hongyi wasn't very daring, nor had he done anything that was worthy of respect. However, in the end, he was still King Chu and the iron-blooded army was protecting him. Logically speaking, as the envoy of the iron-blooded army, he should at least be treated with respect. Yao Moen couldn't understand Bai Zhan's current attitude. Yi Hongyi is a stupid pig. This is what your senior commandant told you. Yao Moen probed. TSK. Yao Moen, you're bad. You want to threaten this envoy? Then you've truly miscalculated. Everyone in the iron-blooded army knows that Yi Hongyi is a pig. It's practically a secret that everyone knows. Isn't that right, Hai? Bai Zhan patted Mo Chang's chest with a flirtatious look. Although Bai Zhan's flirtatious look was extremely serious, Yao Moen felt that this action really wasn't suitable for Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan, who was dressed in white, rolled his eyes. It was as if he had seen a ghost. I feel that you're insulting pigs, said Mo Chang very sincerely. If Yi Hongyi is truly worthless, then why do you guys have to risk your lives for him? How about this, you guys choose to follow this consort and name a price. This consort definitely won't haggle, said Yao Moen resolutely. Yao Moen, save it. There's no point in us asking for money. The iron-blooded army has nothing. Besides, the one we're protecting isn't Yi Hongyi, it's just that. Bai Zhan was speaking happily when he was suddenly stopped by Mo Chang. Why are you saying so much to her? Mo Chang's words woke him up. Only now did Bai Zhan realize that he had fallen into Yao Moen's trap. He glared at Yao Moen, then turned around and didn't look at her anymore. Bai Zhan's words entered Yao Moen's heart. Before this, she had always thought that what the iron-blooded army wanted to protect was Great Chu's 10,000 li of mountains and rivers, the high and mighty owner of imperial power, and that sanctimonious Yi Hongyi. But now, it seemed that they were only using the pretense of protecting Great Chu, and were secretly plotting something. What exactly was it? Yao Moen suddenly felt that the iron-blooded army was a riddle that she couldn't figure out no matter how much effort she put in. Ji Province. When Lang Bingxin was escorted out of the training hall, Ben Lei suddenly spoke, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Master, His Highness didn't come back with you. Ben Lei's words caused Yin Shui to tremble and immediately went forward to question. You said that His Highness didn't come back. How is that possible? His Highness came back a night earlier than us, so he should have returned by now. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in Yin Shui's heart and her shapely brows furrowed. But His Highness really didn't come back. Even if Ben Lei had the greatest courage, he wouldn't dare lie to Master. Replied Ben Lei resolutely. Master. Yin Shui turned to look towards Lang Bingxin with a worried expression. Yin Shui, hurry back to Great Chu. You must find Yi Junqing. Lang Bingxin used the simplest words to send away the person she felt was the most dangerous. Chapter 427. This subordinate obeys. Yin Shui received the order and left. Once Yin Shui left, Lang Bingxin followed Tingyu to Yao Moen's room. Nyang Nyang, you've been rushing all this way. This servant will make the bed for you. As Tingyu spoke, she was about to enter the bedroom when Leng Bingxin stopped her. There's no need. Go call Ben Lei over for Ben Gong. When Leng Bingxin found out that she was going to disguise as Yao Moen, she had made ample preparations. Although she had a good understanding of Yao Moen's capable assistants, it was her first time in Ji province, so it was hard for her to find out who they were. On the other hand, that Ben Lei had just introduced himself and he was a vanguard under Yi Juanqing's command, so he definitely knew a lot of things. This servant will go right now. Tingyu didn't suspect anything and immediately turned to leave the room. Once Tingyu left, Leng Bingxin couldn't help but look around the room. The decorations were simple but of the highest quality, luxurious but not ostentatious. Master, is there something you need Ben Lei for? After a few minutes, Ben Lei walked in respectfully with a smile on his face. Tingyu, withdraw. Ben Gong has something to ask Ben Lei. Leng Bingxin waved at Tingyu, then her gaze landed on Ben Lei. Leng Bingxin waited for Tingyu to close the door from the outside before speaking. Did anything special happen in the guest house during this period of time when this consort wasn't around? According to the King of Shu's orders, she only had one mission, and that was to use Yao Moen's identity to swindle people. The longer the better. In order to achieve this goal, she needed to understand every person and every single thing in the inn. Special matter. What does master mean? Asked Ben Lei. In order to not favor one and discriminate against the other, then tell me one by one, said Leng Bingxin lightly as she straightened her skirt. When he said this, Ben Lei's heart instantly became unsettled. He thought about it over and over again. Ever since Yao Moen entered the residence, he hadn't offended this god of plague. Why was he being tormented by Yao Moen now? Why? Ahem. Then this subordinate will start with Alliance Master Yan. Alliance Master Yan's room hasn't been peaceful these past few days. Strange noises would occasionally come out, especially at night, reported Ben Lei truthfully. Ben Lei, you don't have to be so tactful. Calling for a prostitute isn't something that's hard for a man to say. Leng Bingxin felt that Ben Lei's words were a little long-winded. If he continued to listen, she was afraid that she might even skip tomorrow's breakfast. Master. This subordinate never said that Alliance leader Yan was looking for prostitutes. He only receives frequent messenger pigeons. As for the contents, this subordinate does not know. Ben Lei wanted to cry. Was there a problem with his description, or was there a problem with his master's thinking? Cough, continue. Leng Bing heaved a sigh of relief, but in his heart, he was seriously doubting Ben Lei's ability to express himself. Also, on the second day after Master left, revered Lord Han returned to 10,000 Emperor City. Before she left, she asked this subordinate to pass on a message to Master, saying that the gates of 10,000 Emperor City will always be open for Master. Actually, this subordinate feels, this consort isn't interested in your opinion. Next. Leng Bingxin suddenly felt that if a man was this long-winded, he would be even more annoying than a woman. In fact, she didn't know that Ben Lei had no other choice. If he could, Ben Lei wouldn't even want to say a single word and would just turn around and leave. After that, Ben Lei discovered a secret. That is, Lu Sha seemed to be interested in Tingyu. During the time that Master left with Tingyu, Lu Sha didn't have any appetite. Perhaps he was lovesick, but Ben Lei saw Lu Sha sneaking into Tingyu's room several times. It was true that Ben Lei had only seen it once, and Lu Sha had only hesitated for a moment and didn't push the door open. However, Ben Lei felt that it wasn't easy for the taciturn Lu Sha to take this step. He should help him out. This consort has always been open-minded when it comes to matters of love. If Lu Sha truly likes Tingyu, this consort will definitely fulfill their wish. For this kind of gossip to come out of a man's mouth, Lang Bingxin truly felt that Ben Lei had reincarnated into the wrong body. Also, Master, did you explain to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning why this subordinate had no choice in the past? Ever since you left, they've been bullying this subordinate to the point of angering even the gods. Especially you, heir. No matter how powerful she is, she's still a woman. How could she force Ben Lei to take off his pants? At this moment, Ben Lei was like a little widow who had been gang-raped countless times. Tears were welling up in his eyes and he wanted to vomit. You heir took off your pants for no reason. Lang Bingxin didn't think much of it. She had heard of the 4 great secret guards of Phoenix Feather Manor: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Although Ben Lei lost in the finger-guessing game, but when Ben Lei revealed the truth, Lang Bingxin felt extremely disdainful. It wasn't shameful to lose in a finger-guessing game with a woman, but to complain behind her back was too sinister. At this point, Lang Bingxin no longer had a good impression of Ben Lei. This consort feels that the main point right now isn't that you heir took off your pants, but that you should properly practice finger-guessing and be broad-minded. Lang Bingxin gave a concise judgment. Alright, although Ben Lei felt that Master was definitely siding with you heir in this matter, he didn't dare to voice his anger. In fact, he didn't really dare to get angry either. Also, Yao Tu was found, but he refused to come to Ji province, and refused to return to the Yao residence that Master bought for him in Mongyuan, said Ben Lei resentfully with his head drooped. Yao Tu. Lang Bingxin looked towards Ben Lei in confusion. She didn't seem to have heard of this person before. That's right, Yao Tu. When Ben Lei looked up, Lang Bingxin quickly steadied her mind. It's fine as long as he's willing. Lang Bingxin sighed inwardly in order to not let the cat out of the bag. Afterwards, Ben Lei talked about some insignificant chefs and servants. It wasn't until it was time for dinner that Lang Bingxin finally let Ben Lei go. Ever since he had been tested by the androgynous needle, Yi Junqing no longer dared to say the things that were in his heart to Yao Moen. He was also reflecting on just how much love did he have for Yao Moen. Besides the love he gave to Yao Moxin, how much love did he have left? At this moment, after passing through the great river and circling around the tall mountain, Yao Moen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this wasteland. At least she didn't have to walk so bitterly. Why aren't you guys walking anymore? Yao Moen looked towards Baijian and Nimo Chang in confusion. There's always an end to every road. Yao Moen, your road has come to an end. Baijian looked towards Yao Moen with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then he and Nimo Chang took out their tokens. They didn't know how they shook, but a ray of light shot onto the token. Following that, Yao Moen felt like the entire plane was shaking. After a rumbling sound, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. If one looked through the crack, they would see that the black jade steps extended all the way to the bottom. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing looked at each other in dismay. With the androgynous needle hidden in their bodies, they hadn't been able to escape in the end. Please, the two of you. Baijian twisted his waist as he spoke sinisterly. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing had no other choice but to enter the dragon's pool. As soon as they walked down the steps, a gust of cold air assaulted their bodies and invaded their lungs. Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver. Prince, Moen has one last request. If Yi Hongyi doesn't die, Moen won't be able to die in peace. If Moen doesn't leave this place alive, Prince must leave alive and help Moen kill Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen's expression had never been this serious before. It was as if she had already predicted that this was a path of no return. This prince won't leave you to live alone. Yi Junqing's gaze was cold and his voice was resolute. Even if he wasn't sure how much he loved Yao Moen, there was one thing he could do. If Yao Moen didn't exist in this world, then there wouldn't be Yi Junqing. Moen hopes that Prince can bring Yi Hongyi's head to find Moen. At that time, eldest sister will also be happy. Yao Moen forced out a smile. Back then, Meiji had once said that even if Yi Junqing lost this internal battle, he definitely wouldn't die. The one who should die would be her. Although Yao Moen felt that nameless way of thinking was very abnormal, there was one thing that was worth rejoicing over. At the very least, Yi Junqing would be able to keep his life. Chapter 428. Can you walk a bit faster? Urged by Jean, who was walking at the front. Moen isn't in as much of a hurry to reincarnate as Envoy Bai. Yao Moen lifted her brows and sighed in relief. Since they were already here, they might as well take things as they came. Perhaps the situation might not be as bad as she had imagined. As she walked down the stairs, she was greeted by a majestic palace. Although this palace wasn't as luxurious as 10,000 Imperial City, the shock it brought to Yao Moen didn't diminish in the slightest. Just how much effort did it take to build an underground palace? This is the Iron Blood Core. Yao Moen looked towards Bai Zhan in confusion. Ignorant, this is just one of the branches of the Iron Blood Core. Bai Zhan was very satisfied with Yao Moen's shocked expression. Then it's no wonder. Even Moen's cat wouldn't be willing to look at the luminous pearls embedded in that lion's eyes. Yao Moen had never been one to lose face even if she lost. You. Bai Zhan naturally didn't like it and was about to argue when Mo Chang pulled him over. Why bother with a dead person? Let's hurry back and report. Mo Chang's voice was coarse to begin with, so even if he lowered it, Yao Moen could still hear him clearly. If anyone dares to touch Yao Moen, this prince will fight them to the death, roared Yi Junqing. Then hurry and leave. The people waiting to fight Prince are probably getting anxious. Bai Zhan lifted his brows and stepped into the palace. Yao Moen didn't say anything. She only knew that life and death were decreed by fate. If she really couldn't walk out of this door, she wouldn't blame the heavens. The heavens had already treated her well and allowed her to be reborn. Even if she couldn't personally see Yi Hongyi get his retribution, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. She had the chance to sharpen her eyes and stumble her way to where she was today. Just wait. Before they knew it, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing had already been brought to the main hall by Bai Zhan. At this time, Bai Zhan had already walked into the main hall to report. A moment later, Bai Zhan walked out in what he thought was a graceful manner. At this moment, Yao Moen really wanted to die. Before Yao Moen could say anything, Bai Zhan suddenly struck out and forced the male and female needles out of Yi Junqing and Yao Moen's bodies. Yao Mo Wan, please. Bai Zhan put away the silver needles and made an inviting gesture. Just as Yi Junqing was about to accompany Yao Moen in, Bai Zhan stopped him. The commandant has ordered that only Yao Moen is allowed to enter, said Bai Zhan solemnly. However, Yi Junqing was knocked unconscious by Mo Chang, who was behind him. You're not allowed to hurt him. Yao Moen hurriedly turned around, but saw that Bai Zhan's expression was strange. Don't worry, the person we wanted to hurt from the start wasn't Yi Junqing. Hurry up and go in. Don't make the captain wait too long. As Bai Zhan spoke, Mo Chang had already carried Yi Junqing over his shoulder and was heading towards the side hole. At this time, Yao Moen was like a dragon that had swum into the shallows, a tiger that had landed on the plains. She couldn't even look after herself, much less protect Yi Junqing. As she watched Yi Junqing's figure fade out of sight, Yao Moen's lips curved in a bitter smile. This life would end here. When she looked back at the past, she didn't have any regrets, but she did have some regrets. Yao Moen gathered her thoughts and stepped into the main hall. Almost at the same time, the main hall's palace doors closed with a bang and the light in the hall dimmed. Only the luminous pearls in the four corners flickered with a dim yellow light, adding to the strange atmosphere in the hall. Yao Moen, do you admit to your crimes? The deep voice seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens, causing Yao Moen's heart to tremble. She looked towards the source of the voice and saw an old man wearing a red robe walking over. His hair was a mix of black and white, his eyebrows fell to his ears, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His skin, which should have wrinkles at this age, was smooth and without wrinkles. As for the old man's height, Yao Moen immediately thought of Grandpa Chiao. Thus, Yao Moen thought that this so-called iron-blooded army's commandant was only a so-so. Grandpa Chiao had already regained his youth, so this person clearly couldn't compare. Later, Yao Moen found out that Grandpa Chiao's was a congenital defect, while Nameless had regained his youth. Moen is innocent, the commandant is the one who has committed a heinous crime. Since she was going to die anyway, Yao Moen couldn't find a reason not to be arrogant. Oh. This old man wants to hear just what heinous crime this old man has committed. Nameless stroked his black and white beard as he walked towards Yao Moen. Even though Yao Moen wasn't afraid, the invisible pressure still made it hard for Yao Moen to breathe. You helped the evildoer do evil, you helped the evildoer do evil. You clearly knew that Yi Hongyi wasn't the late emperor's son, yet you used the strength of the iron-blooded army to help him attack Great Chu's only dragon Vane. I don't know how the commandant will be able to face the late emperor after his death. Yao Moen couldn't guess when Nameless would take her life, so every word she said had to be shocking. However, what Yao Moen didn't expect was that when he heard about Yi Hongyi's past, there wasn't the slightest bit of astonishment in Nameless' eyes. If it wasn't that he was very calm, then he already knew about this. If he was calm, then it was excusable, but if he already knew about this, then there was definitely something wrong with this Nameless. Nameless had originally been wondering how a woman could incite the calamity of war in Great Chu. Perhaps they were exaggerating. Now that I've seen it, you really do have this ability. A snake hits a weak spot. You immediately expose Yi Hongyi's identity, making this old man feel that this loyalty is unreasonable. Emin. You really are an astute woman. Nameless words undoubtedly confirmed Yao Moen's guess. Yao Moen felt that it was inconceivable. Since you know Yi Hongyi's identity, there's no reason for you to help him. Why? Yao Moen's heart suddenly went cold, her eyes as cold as ice. Since you're so smart, there's no harm in making a guess. Nameless' expression was like that of a cat that had caught a mouse. Before it had played to its heart's content, it really couldn't bear to take a bite. You defend the country for Yi Hongyi, yet you don't have the slightest bit of respect for him. Even his subordinates dare to speak rudely to Yi Hongyi. You've probably described him as a pig a lot. Adding on the fact that you clearly knew Yi Hongyi's identity, yet you still didn't change your original intentions, then Moen has reason to believe that Captain's original intentions weren't for Great Chu. There's a saying that goes holding the Son of Heaven to order the feudal vassals. What does Captain understand of this saying? Yao Moen looked coldly at Nameless as she voiced her thoughts. Compared to Yi Junqing, Yi Hongyi was indeed easier to control. Nameless' eyes lit up inexplicably. Not losing to Yao Moxin, not losing to Yao Moxin. Girl, it's actually rare for people to be muddle-headed. If you were as foolish as you were back then, even if your life wasn't satisfactory, you'd at least be able to struggle on at death's door. What a pity. At this moment, Nameless felt that this woman couldn't be allowed to live. Live as an outstanding person, die as a heroic ghost. If I live as a dog, then Moen is willing to die. Yao Moen saw the killing intent in Nameless' eyes. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Good. What a good, live as an outstanding person, die as a heroic ghost. Based on these words of yours, this old man will grant you a wish. Speak. Nameless admired people with brains, and Yao Moen was undoubtedly one of them. Release Moen. Yao Moen's words caused Nameless to collapse and foam at the mouth. Alright, Yao Moen admitted that she wasn't that awe-inspiring. Who wasn't afraid of death? Ahem. You think that's possible? Nameless was a bit confused. Release Yi Junqing, said Yao Moen again. Nameless agreed without hesitation. Based on this old man's friendship with former Emperor Chu, I naturally won't end his descendants. Don't worry about this. Nameless hadn't planned on taking Yi Junqing's life in the first place. Do it. Don't worry, Captain. When Moen sees former Emperor, she'll definitely tell former Emperor everything about Captain's great kindness. I'm sure that it won't be long before former Emperor personally comes to thank Captain for your great kindness. Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. Just based on Nameless' conduct, did he deserve the word kindness? Chapter 429. Nameless could hear the disdain in Yao Moen's words and resentment rose in his heart. He immediately sent a palm of energy towards Yao Moen. Yao Moen slowly closed her eyes as she watched the palm materialize in front of her. Zhong'er, mother misses you so much. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After many seconds, Yao Moen couldn't help but open her eyes. However, Nameless was nowhere to be seen. An expert was an expert. With just one palm, she had bid farewell to the world of the living. Just as Yao Moen was sighing, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. The scenery in front of her was the same and she was standing in the main hall. The only difference was that Nameless was gone. Yao Moen felt a moment of pity. This guy couldn't have sent her down by mistake, right? Inside the dark shrine was a taotai carved from chicken bloodstone. It was currently baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it enjoyed the smell of sandalwood. The luminous pearl lifted a corner of the darkness and a black figure floated through the air like a ghost. His silver-white hair floated in the air in a beautiful arc. The man was extremely beautiful, but not like Yan Nanqing's charming beauty or Yi Junqing's handsome beauty. He was also different from Chu Maobei's mischievousness. To be more precise, it was a kind of distance, a distance that people didn't dare to look directly at. It was a distance that made people want to prostrate themselves in worship. It was the distance between a man and a god. Nameless kowtows in salute to great priest Songlan. Even Nameless, who was a captain of the Iron Blood Corps, changed his tone when he saw the man in front of him. This is the will of the heavens. A person who has been reborn in defiance of the heavens has the power to destroy the world. Send Yao Moen back to the Chu Palace. She can't die yet. The ethereal voice was as light as misty rain, but when it landed in his heart, it seemed to have a cleansing power that drove away all the restlessness in his heart. But Priest Wan Luo ordered Nameless to kill Yao Moen to eliminate future troubles. Pfft! Before Nameless could finish speaking, he felt as if a blunt knife had stabbed into his chest. He fell to the ground in so much pain that he couldn't get up. Remember, without Yao Moen, there would be no war between the 7 nations. Understand? The powerful pressure forced Nameless to prostrate even more. He didn't even dare to look up and could only nod. Time passed second by second, and Wu Ming only stood up when he felt the pressure disappear. When Yao Moen was brought out alive by Baijian, Baijian's eyes never left Yao Moen's body. His gaze made Yao Moen want to bang her head against a wall. Cough cough. Where are we going? Yao Moen was full of questions as she looked at the endless tunnel in front of her. They came back to life just like that. I don't have to die. Why didn't the commandant kill you? Baijian didn't answer the question. Yao Moen finally got angry. Damn ladyboy, that's enough. You've asked this question no less than 100 times since you came out. So what if he didn't kill me? Do you want me to die that much? Did I burst your chrysanthemum in my previous life? Did it explode? Yao Imo glared at Baijan hatefully. In reality, Yao Imo really didn't feel good about being stared at by this half-male half-female vixen the entire way. TSK. What does that have to do with me? Hurry up and go, we still have to get to the Chu Palace before it gets dark. Baijan pursed his lips, but he actually wasn't angry. This was something Yao Moen hadn't expected. Chu Gong. You're saying you're going to send me back to the Chu Palace? Why? Yao Moen felt that her thoughts couldn't keep up with the current situation. You really are heartless. That Yi Hongyi missed you so much that he got lovesick. Shouldn't you at least go see him? Baijan's voice was extremely numbing. Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver as goosebumps rose on her body. What's wrong with Wu Ming doing this? Since she understood Wu Ming's intentions, Yao Moen felt that Wu Ming's actions were unnecessary. Did he want to use her appearance to arouse Yi Hongyi's fighting spirit? Yao Moen shook her head since she couldn't explain it. Is it up to you to decide whether or not it's right? Hurry up and go. This envoy still has to hurry back. Baijan reached out to pull Yao Moen back, but Yao Moen refused him. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Yao Moen said angrily. This envoy is a man. Baijan was a bit confused. When Yao Moen heard this, she leaned against the wall, her lips twitching as tears streamed down her face. It was true that Yao Moen didn't want to meet Yi Hongyi at this time. After all, the fact that she wasn't an idiot had already been exposed in broad daylight. Also, she wasn't an expert right now. If Yi Hongyi got angry, he could very well kill her. Thus, Yao Moen finally understood Wu Ming's intentions. He was afraid that she would die too easily, so he wanted to use Yi Hongyi to torture her. After a series of rumbling sounds, Yao Moen discovered that she was already standing in the Chu Palace's imperial garden. It was late autumn and all the flowers in the imperial garden had withered. Fallen leaves fluttered in the air. It was so bleak that it made one feel ashamed. Let's go, do you still need this envoy to lead the way here? Baijan said resentfully. Yao Moen walked towards Guan Osprey Palace without hesitation. Hey! Who told you to go this way? Go find Yi Hongyi. Baijan immediately pulled Yao Moen back. Yao Moen was speechless. She shrugged at Baijan, meaning, lead the way. Baijan stomped his feet, rolled his eyes at Yao Moen for free, then walked towards the imperial study. Yao Moen sighed inwardly and composed herself. She was confident that she could escape from Yi Hongyi. With the token in Baijan's hand, the path from the imperial garden to the imperial study was relatively smooth. Although she encountered a few familiar imperial concubines and nobles, before Yao Moen could identify them, they had already run off with a howl. Yao Moen could understand this. Even if it was broad daylight, it wasn't impossible to see a ghost. Add to that the fact that the ghost would roll its eyes from time to time, it was even more frightening. Even though she was unwilling, Yao Moen still saw Yi Hongyi. In these few months, Yi Hongyi seemed to have changed into a different person. He was still wearing that dragon robe, still wearing that crown. The only thing that was different was his face. The Yi Hongyi who had once been handsome and elegant was now like a withered old man. His cheekbones were protruding, his eyes were sunken, his skin was dull and lifeless, and his eyes were like pools of stagnant water. Moen. Moen, is that you? Yi Hongyi slowly stood up when he saw Yao Moen in front of the dragon desk. His eyes were filled with shock. Yao Moen even noticed that Yi Hongyi's hands were trembling. Your Majesty. Wah. One or misses Your Majesty so much. Yao Moen thought about it and decided that it was safer to play dumb. As for whether or not she could fool him, that would depend on luck. This time, it was Baijan's turn to want to vomit. This person who was clearly as shrewd as a monkey now felt like he was being trampled by 100 rhinoceroses. That childish voice in particular caused every hair on Baijan's body to stand on end. Baijan has come to escort Yao Moen back under the orders of the commandant. Excuse me. Baijan felt that if he stayed any longer, it was very likely that he would be disgusted to death by Yao Moen. Yi Hongyi didn't look at Baijan. Yao Moen even suspected that Yi Hongyi wasn't aware of Baijan's existence at all. The door was tightly shut. Yi Hongyi was still standing behind the dragon desk, staring unwaveringly at Yao Moen. His eyes were as deep as two black holes, making it hard for people to see any light. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you don't recognize Wan-er. Or. Your Majesty doesn't want Wan-er anymore. Seeing Yi Hongyi like this, Yao Moen's heart was restless. Success or failure depended on this one move. She couldn't be careless. Yi Hongyi still didn't speak, but he had already walked in front of Yao Moen with large strides. Only this time, Yi Hongyi actually didn't hug Yao Moen in his arms. Instead, he reached out and choked Yao Moen's neck. Ah. Wah. Your Majesty doesn't want Wan-er anymore. They're bullying Wan-er again. Why do you guys have to treat Wan-er like this? Tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. They were like sparkling and translucent pearls that landed on the back of Yi Hongyi's hand and shattered into pieces. Chapter 430. Are you an idiot or not? Am I right? Furthermore, there were more than 3 people who said Yao Mo-wan wasn't an idiot in front of Yi Hongyi. Thus, Yi Hongyi wasn't sure. Wan-er doesn't know. They said that Your Majesty doesn't like idiots. They also said that as long as Wan-er admits that she's not an idiot, they will let Wan-er come back to find Your Majesty. Wan-er said it in front of many people, but why doesn't Your Majesty want Wan-er? Did they lie to Wan-er? Yao Mo-wan felt that Yi Hongyi's hand was gradually loosening and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Wan-er, Zhen's Wan-er. Yi Hongyi abruptly let go and abruptly pulled Yao Mo-wan into his embrace. After several months of longing, he was about to go crazy. He didn't even care if Yao Mo-wan was an idiot anymore, he only wanted this woman to return to his side. Your Majesty, don't cry. Yao Mo-wan lightly patted Yi Hongyi's back as her lips curved in a mocking smile. She never would have thought that the current Yi Hongyi would actually believe her to this extent. Sometimes, Yao Mo-wan thought that even if she personally admitted that she wasn't an idiot, Yi Hongyi might not necessarily believe her. Where did this stubbornness come from? Yao Mo-wan found out later that Yi Hongyi had truly fallen in love with that idiotic self of hers. Because he loved her, he was afraid of losing her. That's why he didn't care even though he knew there were many suspicious points. Wan-er, don't leave Zhen anymore. Zhen really misses you. Yi Hongyi couldn't bear to let go and only hugged Yao Mo-wan tightly as if he wanted to crush her into pieces. Wan-er misses Your Majesty too. Yao Mo-wan's teary eyes were cold and emotionless. What made Yao Mo-wan astonished was that although Yi Hongyi had accompanied her for the entire day, he actually left before going to sleep. This caused Yao Mo-wan to involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Even now, she really couldn't keep her heart as still as water. In the following days, Yi Hongyi still didn't touch Yao Mo-wan. Yao Mo-wan had originally thought that Yi Hongyi had an even more favored concubine, which was why he was like this. Later on, she found out from her spies that Yi Hongyi only returned to Central Dragon Palace every night and hadn't gone to any of the concubines' chambers. This situation had already been going on for 2 months. The little eunuch still remembered that 2 months ago, Yi Hongyi had killed a total of 10 concubines that had served him. After that, Yi Hongyi hadn't visited any of the concubines. Actually, the reason wasn't hard to guess. Yao Moen felt that Yi Hongyi's retribution had really arrived. At this moment, Azure Dragon was silently following behind Yao Moen. Ever since Yao Moen returned, Yi Hongyi had ordered Azure Dragon to guard her at all times. Although Azure Dragon's martial arts were gone, he still had no problem walking, sitting, or lying down. This consort wants to go see Yao Sulwan. How about it? Now that Yao Moen didn't have Yin Shui and Tingyu by her side, some things weren't as convenient anymore. If she didn't have a reliable person to keep an eye on her, she really wouldn't dare to casually step into Pure Flower's palace. Your Highness, do as you please. The Azure Dragon Marquis is outside. Azure Dragon's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a low voice. Yao Moen nodded slightly. When she turned to walk towards Pure Flower's palace, she suddenly looked back. Azure Dragon Guard is sincerely helping Moen. When they met again, there were some things that the two of them had a tacit understanding about, but Yao Moen still asked. Azure Dragon is only atoning for Empress Ma Xin's crimes. Yao Moen felt that Azure Dragon's answer was understandable. She had severed his tendons, so there was no reason for him to return good for evil. Yao Moen was speechless. A trace of darkness flashed through her eyes and she walked into Pure Flower's palace. When she entered Pure Flower's palace again, Yao Moen felt her head swell from the overwhelming stench. Yao Moen walked around the piles of filthy, rotting things and finally found Yao Sulwan in the corner of the main hall. When Yao Moen saw Yao Sulwan in front of her, she couldn't tell whether she was a human or a ghost. At the time, secret agents had come to report that Yi Hongyi had severed one of Yao Sulwan's hands and one of her legs. But now it seemed that Yao Sulwan was even more miserable than she had imagined. Yao Ma Xin. Why is it you? What are you doing here? When she saw the person in front of her, Yao Sulwan's one and only right eye burst forth with a terrifying panic. She used her remaining hand and leg to move with all her might, but she only managed to take a small step. Yi Hongyi is so ruthless. Yao Moen's cherry lips parted slightly, but a trace of pity still flashed through her eyes. Yi Hongyi. Ha! That heartless and unscrupulous thing. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have harmed you. Yao Ma Xin, can you forgive me? Yao Sulwan's voice gradually weakened. Even she herself felt that this kind of request was too harsh. Yao Moen knew that Yao Sulwan's one remaining eye wasn't very useful, but she didn't say anything and let Yao Sulwan continue to misunderstand. How could you forgive me? If it wasn't for me, you and your Zhong'er might not have died, but Yao Ma Xin. If you were in my position back then, you definitely wouldn't have made the second choice. Every man for himself, heaven and earth destroy him. Yao Sulwan smiled painfully, tears spilling out of her eyes. But what did you get? Yao Moen couldn't help but want to ask. I got my retribution, but back then, how could I have imagined that Yi Hongyi was such a beast with a human's face, lower than a pig or a dog? Even if it was you, Yao Ma Xin, did you ever think that what you paid for was the death of your body and son? Since even you didn't see Yi Hongyi's true face clearly, then it's even more impossible for me to have that ability. Yao Sulwan's tears flowed down like a small river. Even when Yi Hongyi had chopped off her arms and legs, she hadn't cried. Yao Moen fell silent. Yao Sulwan's words weren't without reason. Back then, she really had eyes but couldn't see. Second older sister so wrongly, I'm Moen. Yao Moen restrained the sorrow in her eyes and raised her brows as she walked closer to Yao Sulwan. Moen. You're Yao Moen. Yao Sulwan's gaze instantly became severe and she used her hand to wipe away her tears. That's right, the first thing Moen did when she came back was to see second older sister. Yao Moen saw that there was no place to stand around Yao Sulwan, so she only walked 2 steps forward before stopping. "Ha, you came to see if I'm dead or not." The light in her severe eyes gradually dimmed. Yao Sulwan slumped against the wall and smiled bitterly as she looked in Yao Moen's direction. She really couldn't see clearly anymore. Yi Hongyi went too far. Indeed, Yao Moen had this intention, but she didn't say it so bluntly. The current Yao Sulwan already didn't have a need for her to attack her. Too far. Are you pitying me? Yao Sulwan laughed involuntarily but didn't say anything else. No matter how miserable I, Yao Sulwan, am, I still not as miserable as Yamoshin. Second older sister feels that you're worthy of pity. Some hatred could slowly fade with time, even the traces of it could be erased. However, some hatred would be engraved into the bones and blood with time. Yao Moen, you shouldn't have come back, said Yao Sulwan indifferently. When she looked at Yao Moen, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Yao Moen found it funny. Yao Sulwan's words made it sound like she was very willing to come back. Actually, sometimes, death is also a kind of release. Yao Moen felt that her heart had softened. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have said this to Yao Sulwan. You're actually advising me to die. Yao Moen. You couldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? You're actually willing to let me die. Ha! Yao Sulwan suddenly laughed. She laughed so hard that she trembled, like a pear blossom in the rain. Yao Moen didn't say anything. She knew what Yao Sulwan meant. After a long while, Yao Sulwan spoke again. Yao Moen, I promise you, if you can save me this time, I'll tell everyone about Yi Hongyi's evil deeds, tell everyone how Yao Moshin died. Yao Sulwan's words were shocking and shocked Yao Moen. She never would have thought that Yao Sulwan would have this kind of resolve. Are you serious? Yao Moen was a bit uncertain. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Yao Sulwan just closed her eyes and didn't look at the person in front of her anymore because she really couldn't tell whether the person standing in front of her was Yao Moen or Yao Moshin. Chapter 431. Your Majesty. Right at this moment, Azure Dragon hurriedly walked in from outside. Yao Moen knew that she couldn't stay here for long, so she turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. Properly keep that life, don't be cocky and lose it. Yao Sulwan's tone wasn't friendly, but it made Yao Mo tremble. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mo maintained the posture of propping up her cheek for a full 2 seconds. Qing Long was worried, so he dismissed the 2 servant girls and carefully walked to Yao Mo's side. Nyang Nyang, is something the matter? Azure Dragon spoke softly, but Yao Mo didn't respond. Empress. Azure Dragon didn't dare to make a move and could only lean over to look at Yao Mo. His body immediately stiffened. Yao Mo had fallen asleep. On the 7th day after Yao Moen left the underground palace, Wuming finally couldn't stand Yi Junqing's nonsense and went to see him. You're the commandant of the Iron Blood Army. Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked at the unprepossessing old man in front of him, his voice full of disdain. Don't I look like one? Wuming's tiger body shook, trying to make himself look mighty and majestic. I don't care if you look like me or not. Hand Yao Mo over. Yi Junqing roared angrily, the light in his eyes as cold as a blade. You like Yao Mo? Nameless lightly coughed twice. His sharp eyes landed on Yi Junqing and a trace of praise actually flashed through them. That majesty of a king and the aura of a monarch overlooking the world was not the slightest bit inferior to his father. So what if you like her? So what if I don't like it? Yi Junqing didn't care. It's fine if you don't like her. If you like her, even if it's just a little bit, you will die without a burial place. Wu Ming looked solemn and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Nonsense. Yi Junqing gave a cold humph. Yao Mo Wan was born to be a star of calamity, bringing misfortune to her parents, even more so going against your fate. You two are destined to not be fated to be together in this life. If you insist on being together, one of you will definitely meet with misfortune. In addition, Yao Mo Wan is a person who can destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Her life is very tough, so that unlucky person will definitely be you. Yi Junqing, this commandant is only reminding you of this because of our friendship with your imperial father. Don't lose your life because of a moment of anger. It's not worth it. Wu Ming advised earnestly. It's a pity that you're not Moan's biological father. Yi Junqing sighed. You're so muddle-headed. What I said is true. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, you will regret it one day. Wu Ming felt that he had done all he could. King Chu would not come up to him from below. Hand over Yao Mo Wan. Otherwise get out. Yi Junqing pointed towards the door. Good boy. If the day comes, don't blame this old man for not warning you. Now, scram. Wu Ming roared. Yi Junqing froze for a moment, then looked towards Wu Ming. Why are you looking at me? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Let's see how you'll scram. Yi Junqing said matter-of-factly. I'm telling you to scram. Get out. Immediately. Immediately. Wu Ming shouted. At this moment, Bai Zhan and Nimo Chang, who were standing outside, walked in. You two, throw him out. Wu Ming really didn't want to see Yi Junqing again. Back then, Yi Junqing was an obedient and sensible child. What was going on? Who tormented him to this extent? Commandant. Bai Zhan looked at Wu Ming in confusion. What kind of captain is this? Release Yi Junqing. Release him. Wu Ming flew into a rage and roared. How could Bai Zhan and Nimo Chang dare to delay? They immediately grabbed Yi Junqing and disappeared from Wu Ming's sight at lightning speed. The room fell silent again. Only after a while did Wu Ming sigh in relief. Yao Mo Wan. War of the Seven Countries. Hopefully, the situation won't be too bad. Yi Junqing, who was thrown out of the underground palace by Bai Zhan, fiercely grabbed Bai Zhan's clothes and refused to let go. This envoy already said that Yao Mo Wan really didn't die and isn't in the underground palace. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Bai Zhan helplessly tugged at his clothes, afraid that Yi Junqing would tear his clothes that showed off his figure to pieces. Swear. Since Bai Zhan wouldn't say Yao Mo Wan's whereabouts no matter what, Yi Junqing only wanted to confirm one thing. That was whether Yao Mo Wan was still alive. Alright, I swear, I swear. Bai Zhan shook his head. His voice made Yi Junqing choke. If you dare to lie to this prince, then from now on, you will be blasted into pieces every night. Yi Junqing recalled Yao Mo Wan's poem and was suddenly inspired. You're rude. Vulgar. Bai Zhan's face turned red. Thus, under Yi Junqing's insistence, Bai Zhan could only swear. When Yi Junqing saw that Bai Zhan dared to swear like this, he felt a bit comforted. As of now, Yao Mo Wan's whereabouts were unknown. Although he wanted to look for her, he was alone and had no help. Thus, he decided to rush back to Jizhou to get reinforcements. On the way back, Yi Junqing deliberately memorized the route so that he could use it to attack the Iron Blood Army in the future. However, he didn't know that this underground palace was built based on the principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The exit was different every day. While Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing each had their own encounters, Ling Bingxin was pretending to be happy. Unfortunately, good times don't last long. When Yin Shui returned to Jizhou after searching for Yi Junqing to no avail, Lang Bingxin gave herself away. You mean, this master might be fake? At this moment, Feng, Yu, Lei, Dian, Tingyu, and Ben Lei all looked towards Yin Shui in shock. I'm not sure either, but the Imperial City has indeed spread the news that Master is currently in Chu Palace. Moreover, Yi Hongyi even sent Qing Long to follow her every day. Yin Shui also felt that this matter was inconceivable. She couldn't see how this Yao Mo Wan from Jizhou was acting strangely, but since the Imperial City had sent this kind of news, it wasn't completely baseless. What do we do now? Tingyu was at a loss. After serving her these past few days, she really didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her master. It couldn't be. Thousand Faces right. Yu Er's words woke her up. If it really is Thousand Faces, then it's terrible. How about we find someone to test it out? Feng Lin suggested. Who's going? Ben Lei didn't agree. If it was, based on Master's temperament, she would definitely turn hostile after being questioned like this. If it wasn't, then it would be even worse. It was very likely that her life would be in danger. Just as Ben Lei decided that he wouldn't go even if he died, everyone's gazes all landed on Ben Lei. A person must be honest and sincere. At this moment, Ben Lei deeply felt the importance of popularity. Honest and sincere. A certain person shouldn't forget, back then when Wang Yi wanted to marry Duan Tingting, whose position wasn't firm and ran to be his lackey. Feng Lin snorted disdainfully. That's right, who was it that said to be absolutely loyal to Master? What a pity, a certain person's loyalty isn't there, so there's only two left. Yu Er said sarcastically. There's more. Back then. Just as Tingyu was about to expose more, Ben Lei fiercely stomped his feet. Enough, you guys. Killing people shouldn't go too far, can you guys not hold on to this matter and not let it go? It's not easy for me either, I have to endure hardships to gain courage. Which one of you can do it? Isn't it just testing? I'll go. But there's a condition, if I come out alive. You guys swear to never mention Duan Ting 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 again in this lifetime. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone Ben Lei. Fine. Everyone said in unison. However, reality proved that as Yao Mo Wan's subordinates, going back on one's words was a necessary condition. Inside the main hall, Lang Bingxin was counting the days with her fingers. Even if she crawled with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, she should have reached Great Chu. Was it time for her mission to end? Master, the white fungus bird's nest kanji you wanted. Without Lang Bingxin's permission, Ben Lei already carried the tray and walked in, his face full of smiles. More interesting content, please log on. Chapter 433. Your Majesty, when did you get here? Yao Moan was familiar with the sound of Yi Hongyi's footsteps. That kind of lightweight was like a tiger hunting its prey, always alert and unwilling to relax. I just got here, why is Wanu here alone? Is there something on your mind? Yi Hongyi reached out and pulled Yao Moan into his embrace, his deep eyes flashing with unconcealable guilt. That damned Bingxan. Because of those pills, he probably wouldn't be able to give Yao Moan the happiness of having sex in bed in this lifetime. Your Majesty, Wanu went to see second older sister. Yao Moan was the person who understood Yi Hongyi the most in this world. Although Qing Long had been guarding when she arrived at Pure Flower's palace, there were many people who saw. Rather than letting Yi Hongyi guess randomly, it was better for her to take the initiative and speak. Oh. Yi Hongyi's heart sank slightly, a cold light flashed through his deep eyes. Second older sister has gone crazy, she actually used broken porcelain to cut herself. A lot of blood flowed out, but second older sister was smiling. Your Majesty, Warner doesn't want to see second older sister like this. How about you let the imperial physician take a look at her? Yao Moen turned to look towards Yi Hongyi, her slender fingers lightly tugging on the dragon pattern embroidered cuff of Yi Hongyi's, her eyes misty. Right now, Yao Sulwan's body was too weak. In Yao Moen's opinion, the prerequisite to saving Yao Sulwan was that she had to be alive. However, with Yao Sulwan's current condition, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure this kind of torment. Zhen's Warner is truly kind. Could it be that you've forgotten how she treated you back then? In order to kill you, she actually framed you time and time again, framing everything on your head. Warner, is this kind of second older sister worth your trouble? Yi Hongyi lightly lifted the hair in front of Yao Moen's forehead and gently tucked it behind her ear, his eyes glowing faintly. The feeling of falling in love with someone was really good. Just seeing her smile made his heart happy. With Yao Moen here, even if the sky was hazy, it was still as beautiful as a dream. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen's hand and tightly held it. He knew that in this lifetime, he would never let go of this woman. Never ever. But Warner only has this one relative. No matter how badly she treats Warner, she's still Warner's second older sister. Emperor, why don't you let the imperial physicians take a look at her? Is that all right? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi pleadingly as she pouted her cherry lips. Fine, since Warner is willing to let bygones be bygones, I have no reason to be more petty than Warner, right? After severing Yao Sulwan's tendons for the last time, Yi Hongyi didn't let the imperial doctors treat her anymore. He originally wanted to let Yao Sulwan fend for herself, but Yao Moen's appearance was an accident. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Moen happily threw herself into Yi Hongyi's embrace, her eyes flashing with radiant light. Since this matter had been resolved, the next step was to think of a way to get Yao Sulwan out of the imperial palace. Although Yin Shui wasn't here, there were still spies and confidants she had arranged to stay in the imperial palace. So as long as they considered it thoroughly, it wasn't impossible to save Yao Sulwan. As for herself, Yin Shui should have already received the news in Ji province. Right now, the person Yao Moen was most worried about was Yi Junqing, who was still in the underground palace. By the time Yi Junqing returned to the guest house in Ji province, he was so tired that he was about to collapse. Even the fine steed he was riding was only half dead. Yi Junqing had only used 10 days to travel from the underground palace to the guest house in Ji province. Even a man of steel wouldn't be able to endure this kind of hurried journey. At this time, Yi Junqing was being supported back to his bedroom by Feng Lin. Yin Shui. Something has happened to Moen. Immediately gather the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning and follow this prince to save her. Yi Junqing's face was covered in dust, his thin lips were cracked, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to stand up, but he was worried about Yao Moen's safety. In this moment, Yin Shui couldn't help but feel guilty. If Yi Junqing hadn't been poisoned by the winged parasite back then, he wouldn't have been so cold towards Master. Since there was a reason for this, then wasn't her cold words at the time a bit too harsh? Prince, don't be impatient. Yin Shui has already received news that Master is currently in the Chu Palace. For now, her life isn't in danger, replied Yin Shui. Chu Palace. How could she be in the Chu Palace? This prince was captured together with her by Nameless of the Iron Blood Corps. She should be in the underground palace right now. Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Shui suspiciously. When Yin Shui heard this, she was shocked and immediately looked towards Yan Nanxing. Even after Yi Junqing recounted the entire story, Yin Shui still found it inconceivable. This isn't hard to explain. The Iron Blood Corps was originally helping Yi Hongyi, so it's very normal for them to hand Yao Moen over to Yi Hongyi after capturing her. Yan Nanqing's explanation was very reasonable. Alliance head Yan is right. Yin Shui also feels that the information from the palace can't be wrong, said Yin Shui firmly. Perhaps. Then we should immediately head to Chu City. Yi Junqing really couldn't wait a moment longer. You just got back, you should at least rest for a bit. When Yan Nanqing saw that Yi Junqing was struggling to get up, he immediately pushed him back onto the bed. But, Prince, don't worry. The information from the palace says that Master is currently safe and sound. Yin Shui will head out after gathering the people, said Yin Shui. This prince also wants to go, said Yi Junqing resolutely. Even if Master finds out that Yin Shui brought Prince into danger, she'll definitely blame me, so. Yin Shui was a bit troubled. Even if you don't bring this prince will still go by myself. Yi Junqing was unwilling to let it go. Ahem. All of you go. Nanqing has decided to stay behind to manage the situation. Yan Nanqing coughed lightly. Alliance head Yan isn't going. Yin Shui lifted her brows and looked towards Yan Nanqing suspiciously. She had included Yan Nanqing in her team. There can't be no one left in Ji province. This alliance head has decided to take on this heavy responsibility. All of you just need to go. Leave Ji province to this alliance head. Yan Nanqing patted his chest confidently, but inwardly he didn't think much of it. Still going. If he hadn't gone to save Yao Moen last time, he wouldn't have provoked Mei Ji. Yan Nanqing suddenly felt his stomach churn and the taste of chicken feathers rushed out. But, no buts. This matter has been decided. You guys continue chatting, this alliance head will go out for a bit. Yan Nanqing swallowed hard and abruptly left. Then Prince should rest first. Yin Shui should go and prepare. We'll depart in 3 days at the latest. Yin Shui bowed respectfully and left. In the rear garden, Ben Lei was surrounded by wind, rain, thunder, and lightning behind the fake mountain. He was extremely depressed. You guys should just beat me to death. Remember, beat him to death. Ben Lei simply assumed a posture of a martyr, fiercely closing his eyes. Yo, you think we don't dare? Yuer lifted her eyes and rubbed her palms together as she walked forward. Go easy on him, don't really kill him. If he dies, who will Miss Bingxin take care of? Feng Lin deliberately emphasized the words Bingxin. Exactly. I heard that Miss Bingxin really knows how to take care of people. Otherwise, how could our great vanguard Ben's injuries recover so quickly? Thunder agreed. NN. Lightning felt that these words were too against his will, so he only nodded and didn't say anything. It was just that the dislocation of his bones had been forcefully broken by Lang Bingxin. Other than Ben Lei, no one else could afford to take care of him like this. I should just commit suicide. Ben Lei opened his eyes in despair and turned around, wanting to smash his head against the fake mountain. Ben Lei, Master has treated you so well in vain. Now that Master is in trouble, you actually stand by and watch. Yuer jumped in front of Ben Lei and angrily rebuked him. Exactly. Master even told the 4 of us not to make things difficult for you. If Master knew that you were making excuses like this, he would definitely be extremely disappointed. Feng Lin hatefully glared at Ben Lei. For more exciting content, please log in. Chapter 434. Ben Lei, you have to have a conscience. Lightning Flash said earnestly. About Duan Tingting, Master didn't make things difficult for you. Among the 4 of them, Thunder loved to bring up old scores the most. Ben Lei, who was suppressed to the ground, finally opened his mouth. To save Master, Ben Lei is duty-bound to do anything. But why do you want me to beg Lang Bingxin? My whole body trembles when I see her. Look. Just mention the name Lang Bingxin and this arm reflexively keeps shaking non-stop. Ben Lei pointed at his arm that was broken by Lang Bingxin with a sorrowful face. We're not close to her. Besides, you pinched her face so viciously, she only broke your arm. It's not too much, right? Yu Er raised her eyebrows and looked at the other three. Yes. The three nodded, but they were glad that they weren't the ones who were bluffing. Then what you mean is that she should break both of my arms and legs. Ben Lei was enraged. Forget it. Anyway, he doesn't have master in his heart. It's useless even if we beg him. Yu Er saw that Ben Lei had no intention of relenting and simply left. Despicable. Feng Lin glared at Ben Lei and followed her out. Don't tell others that we know you. Thunder looked at Ben Lei with disdain and turned to catch up with Feng Lin. Lightning Flash had always been a man of few words. At this moment, he only spat at Ben Lei and turned away. Okay. I'll go beg. Ben Lei knew how it felt to be betrayed and finally nodded. After he finished speaking, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning immediately returned to Ben Lei's side with an amiable face. Inside the room, Lang Bingxin sat with her legs crossed. On the table, there was a full 2 jean of fragrant sunflower seeds. Outside the door, Ben Lei saw all of this and cursed in his heart. Is this even a woman? Would a woman have such an unrestrained posture? Would she be so unrestrained? Cough cough. Ben Lei adjusted his state of mind and walked in, standing in front of Lang Bingxin. If you have something to say, then say it. Lang Bingxin didn't have a good impression of Ben Lei ever since she arrived in Jizhou. Especially after Ben Lei pinched her face, she hated him even more. Speaking of which, this Lang Bingxin could be considered pretty. She had curved eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a fine nose, and cherry lips. As long as she didn't speak, she was extremely beautiful. You know, the art of disguise. Looking at Lang Bingxin spitting out melon seed shells, Ben Lei felt that it was hard to start a conversation. Bullshit. In the shadows, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning suddenly had a change of heart. Perhaps their request was too harsh for Ben Lei. Ben Lei has something to ask of you. If he was going to die, then he was going to die. Since he had already entered, he couldn't just not say anything. Ben Lei heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly. Hearing this, Lang Bingxin was slightly startled. She immediately threw away the sunflower seeds in her hand and stood up. She walked in front of Ben Lei with great interest. Her slender eyes looked Ben Lei up and down. You, don't do it. Ben Lei had never hit a woman before, not to mention a woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Thus, she could only take the beating. Did I hear wrongly? You have something to ask of me. All right, then say it. Lang Bingxin raised her brows, the smile on her lips becoming more and more sinister. Master has been captured and is currently trapped in the Chu Palace. Ben Lei's meaning is, can you disguise yourself as Master and swab Master out? At that time, this was what Yin Shui had arranged. Thus, Ben Lei spoke the truth. What did you say? Lang Bingxin blinked and stepped closer to Ben Lei. I said, can you disguise yourself as Empress Chu and swap the real Empress Chu out of the Imperial Palace? Actually, if you hadn't ruined it, Master wouldn't have been captured by Yi Hongyi. So, why are you so close to me? Ben Lei choked. At this moment, Lang Bingxin's face was almost touching his. Of course it's to beat you. Lang Bingxin smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities, but the fist in her hand landed solidly on Ben Lei's stomach. Ah! Lang Bingxin. You've gone too far. Ben Lei clutched his stomach, tears uncontrollably appearing in his eyes. Don't speak nonsense. I, Lang Bingxin, have never bullied people. Lang Bingxin snorted disdainfully. Soon after, she turned around and sat back down on the chair, continuing to speak. Ben Lei, you're also not bad. You want this lady to go swap for Yao Mo Wan, then what happens after? After that, you guys take Yao Mo Wan and escape without a trace, leaving this lady to die or not, no one cares. Lang Bingxin said hatefully. Who said we don't care about you? Of course we have to save you. Ben Lei said guiltily. Save? If you guys had the ability to save, why would you make this lady disguise herself as Yao Mo Wan? Do you think this lady is a 3-year-old child so easily fooled? Lang Bingxin disagreed. Then you don't agree. Ben Lei felt that there was nothing more to say. There's no reason to agree. Lang Bingxin crossed her legs again and continued to crack the melon seeds. Right at this time, Yin Shui walked in from outside. As long as Lady Bingxin is willing to help us save Master, Yin Shui will naturally help Lady Bingxin win back the honorific title of Thousand-Faced Guanyin. When Yin Shui said this, Lang Bingxin suddenly trembled and raised her eyes to look at Yin Shui. You guys can be considered to have made sufficient preparations to actually be able to investigate this lady's origins. Then tell me, how will you help me win back the honorific title? Although Lang Bingxin appeared to be indifferent, Yin Shui noticed that she was holding the melon seeds a little too tightly. Yin Shui knows that the honorific title of Thousand-Faced Guanyin is currently in the hands of the Iron Blood Army's Vice Commander Wei Qianmian. The reason Lady Bingxin sought refuge with the King of Shu is because you want to use the King of Shu's power to obtain an opportunity to compete with Qianmian. Now that Qianmian is in the Chu Palace, if Lady Bingxin disguises herself as master and is not discovered by Qianmian, then wouldn't victory and defeat already be decided? Yin Shui vowed solemnly. And the Yin clan is truly formidable, this matter. Bingxin can consider it. Lang Bingxin slightly curved her lips. Her eyes seemed to unintentionally fall on Ben Lei's body, directly causing Ben Lei's liver to tremble. In one night's time, Lang Bingxin had already considered it thoroughly. She agreed to go with Yin Shui to the Chu Palace, but there was a condition. That was for Ben Lei to, in front of everyone, pour her tea and apologize, kowtow and admit his wrongs. At first, Ben Lei was extremely unwilling. What exactly did he do wrong? But he didn't want to be continuously bombarded by the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. It was said that after pouring tea for Lang Bingxin, Ben Lei shut himself in his room and didn't leave for an entire 10 days. He also lost a lot of weight. However, these words were only hearsay. Yin Shui and the others left Jizhou on the same day. In the Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Suwan couldn't remember the last time she laid on a soft bed. At this moment, the imperial physicians were methodically treating her wounds. Only after the imperial physicians were done with their work and left did Yao Mo Wan walk over from the corner. The worst thing that Yi Hong should have done in this life was to fall in love with you. You are his calamity of death. Yao Suwan's voice lacked the hostility. Her eyes were a bit blurry, so the Yao Mo Wan in her eyes was only a hazy figure. Love? He's not worthy of this word. Yao Mo Wan examined the wounds on Yao Su Wan's body. Counting the days, she should be able to heal in about 5 days. He is unworthy. Such a good woman, he actually suspects her. The human heart is truly terrifying. Yao Su Wan no longer looked at Yao Mo Wan, muttering to herself. Yao Mo Wan felt it was funny. When a crow falls on a pig, it only sees the other person's black. Thinking of you, Yao Su Wan, how could you also be a good person? It's just that Yao Mo Wan didn't need to say these words. The current Yao Su Wan really didn't need her to attack her anymore. Properly heal your wounds. 5 days later, Mo Wan will naturally send you out of the Chu Palace. Yao Mo Wan threw down this sentence, then turned around to leave. More interesting content, please log on. Chapter 435. Are you doing this for Yamoshin? Or, are you treating me as second older sister? Yao Sulwan's gaze suddenly landed on Yao Moan with anticipation in her eyes. Second older sister, don't forget what you said. Yao Moan looked back indifferently and reminded her. Yao Sulwan slowly closed her eyes. The past events were still vivid in her mind. What right did the current her have to look forward to? After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Yao Moan felt a bit bored, so she went to the pavilion in the Imperial Garden. Yin Shua had sent news that she would arrive in Chu Palace in 7 to 8 days. Before that, she had to send Yao Sulwan out. His Majesty killed Sun Guiren last night. This consort just received news that His Majesty will visit this consort's Chang Xian Hall tonight. What should we do? A voice came from the corner. Yao Moan was slightly shaken when she heard this and immediately leaned against the corner of the pavilion to listen carefully. I don't know what to do either. The man's voice sounded very anxious. What do you mean? Could it be that you want to sit back and do nothing? Then all those sweet nothings you usually say are fake. Are they all lies to this consort? The one who spoke was a noble called Qin Shulian. She had been in the palace for almost 10 years and rarely received the emperor's favor. Thus, she couldn't endure the loneliness and had a relationship with the imperial guard, Jiang De. How could I lie to you? Actually, don't think of things so badly. It's a good thing that His Majesty favors you. Perhaps after tonight, you'll be a Guifei, comforted Jiang De. Guifei. It should be a lonely soul or a wild ghost. For the past 2 days, every time His Majesty favors someone, that person would definitely be beheaded for the crime of angering the emperor. This consort heard from those palace maids that Sun Guiren's tongue had already been cut off when he died. Even if there's a grievance, it's hard to defend yourself. This won't do. This consort can't sit back and wait for death. Jiang De, why don't you take this consort and escape? This consort has some savings over the years. As long as we can escape, our days in the future won't be bad. Please. Qin Shulian begged as she pulled on Jiang De's arm. Jiang De hesitated. Jiang De. If you don't agree, this consort will go see His Majesty right now and report what happened between us. If this consort dies, I won't let you live freely in the world of the living. Qin Shulian didn't hesitate to fight to the death to force Jiang De to take her away. It could be seen that she already knew that she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity tonight. All right, return to the Hall of Everlasting Faith and wait for my news. I'll go and establish a connection right now. Jiang De gritted his teeth and said firmly. Really? Don't lie to me, okay? Qin Shulian's grip on Jiang De's hand tightened, her voice filled with expectation. You and I have been husband and wife for so many years, could it be that you still don't believe me? Jiang De solemnly vowed, his hands tightly holding Qin Shulian. Then you have to be quick, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. Qin Shulian nodded her head before she was willing to let go of Jiang De. In the shadows, Yao Moan felt a bit helpless. How many years of husband and wife? So what if they had been husband and wife for more than 10 years? Jiang De's words were obviously an excuse. Reality proved Yao Moan's guess. The next morning, Yao Moan received news from the Hall of Everlasting Faith that Qin Shulian had died. Her tongue had been cut off and she had been beaten to death. Did an imperial guard called Jiang to go missing? Yao Moen got straight to the point when Azure Dragon came in. Although the current Azure Dragon didn't have any martial arts, his prestige was still there. He was still the commander of the Imperial Guards. Nyang Nyang, how did you know? Azure Dragon looked towards Yao Moen nervously. If this consort made a move, would this consort tell you? Yao Moen knew that Azure Dragon was suspicious of her and couldn't help but sneer. Azure Dragon doesn't have that intention. Azure Dragon lowered his head and replied indifferently. That Jiangda's relationship with Qin Guiren of the Hall of Everlasting Faith isn't shallow. Now that something has happened to Qin Guiren, he has a guilty conscience. Yao Moen held a cup of tea as she spoke lightly. There's actually such a thing. Azure Dragon's expression turned solemn. Lord Commander wants to say that you have no idea about this matter. I'm just afraid that even if Lord says it, no one would believe it. Even Black Tortoise and the Inner Palace. Yao Moen lifted her brows as a shrewd light flashed through her eyes. Nyang Nyang. Azure Dragon abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with unconcealable panic. Actually, this sort of thing has happened since ancient times, so it can't be blamed on anyone. Think about it, there are 3,000 beauties in the Inner Palace, but His Majesty only has one person. Even after 365 days, there are only 365 concubines who have received His Majesty's favor. If there are also some foxes and enchantresses who have received His Majesty's favor, the result would be even more difficult to predict. Let me ask you, which woman would be able to endure this kind of loneliness? Although they entered the palace for glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, the feeling of being a living widow behind the extravagance isn't a good one. Thus, out of desperation, they took the risk to have illicit relations with the closest man in the imperial palace. Azure Dragon, what does Nyang Nyang mean? Azure Dragon could naturally tell that there was a hidden meaning in Yao Moen's words. In Ben Gong's eyes, it's only a matter of human nature, but in His Majesty's eyes, it would be a crime punishable by the extermination of one's entire family. If you want to protect Black Tortoise, then you have to promise Ben Gong one thing. Yao Moen restrained the ridicule in her eyes and looked towards Azure Dragon solemnly. Azure Dragon will not betray His Majesty. Azure Dragon knelt on one knee with a serious expression. Ha, you're quite a loyal master. Forget it, since you're unwilling, Ben Gong won't force you. Go back and prepare to collect Black Tortoise's corpse. Yao Moen didn't say anything else. When she raised her hand, Azure Dragon's expression became extremely unsightly. After remaining silent for a long time, Azure Dragon finally compromised. What does Nyang Nyang want Azure Dragon to do? Asked Azure Dragon in a low voice, his eyes filled with worry. Ben Gong wants Jiangda's command token. Furthermore, I hope that you can report Jiangda's disappearance to Yi Hongyi as soon as possible. The corners of Yao Moen's lips curved slightly as she spoke bluntly. Nyang Nyang wants to sneak out of the Imperial Palace. Unless one left the Imperial Palace, the command token of the Imperial Palace's guard was useless. You're asking too many questions. Ben Gong will give you 1 day's time. Yao Moen stood up with a faint smile and walked elegantly into the bedroom, leaving Azure Dragon kneeling there unmoving. In the middle of the night, in Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi fiercely grabbed the Daoist priest's robe. His inky black eyes were filled with dense killing intent. At this moment, Yi Hongyi wanted nothing more than to tear the Daoist priest apart alive. In this world, the most unbearable thing was when you went to do something filled with hope, only to receive endless disappointment and even despair. Your Majesty, spare me. The Daoist priest was already scared out of his wits. Back then, who was it that told us that as long as we ate these pills, we would be able to regain our strength? But in the end... Tell me. Yi Hongyi tightened his grip on the Daoist priest's neck. At this moment, the Daoist priest's face was completely red and he was practically unable to breathe. Your Majesty, this humble Daoist can still refine more. I guarantee that your Majesty will be satisfied. It was true that the Daoist priest was already at his wit's end, but in this kind of situation, he could only prioritize preserving his life. Can you really refine the pills that we want? Yi Hongyi's desire caused him to gradually loosen his grip. His cold eyes flickered with a biting cold intent. Yes. This humble Daoist definitely won't disappoint your Majesty. Seeing that there was a chance of survival, the Daoist priest instantly knelt on the ground and spoke with certainty. At practically the same time, a drop of water shot towards the Daoist priest's forehead at the speed of light. His life silently ended. Who? Yi Hongyi only came to a realization when he saw blood flowing out of the Daoist priest's forehead. He immediately turned around. His heart inexplicably trembled. Even though he was a supreme being, when he saw that figure in the sky, he couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground due to the pressure. Yi Hongyi did his best to support himself so that he wouldn't crawl on the ground in a sorry state. King Chu only needs to swallow this heartless fruit and you'll have your wish fulfilled. The clear voice was like that of an oriole flying out of a valley. It was graceful and pleasant to listen to, but also like the sounds of nature from the 9 heavens. In the sky, a pill that was as red as blood slowly descended until it landed in Yi Junqing's palm. Who are you? Yi Junqing forced himself to speak, but when he looked up, there was nothing in front of him. It was as if that man had never appeared. The silver-haired man was just floating in the sky. Was this a dream? For more exciting content, please log in. Chapter 436. If it wasn't for the already dead Daoist on the ground and the red pill in his hand, Yi Hongyi definitely would have thought he was in a dream. Looking at the heartless fruit in his hand, Yi Hongyi hesitated for a long time, but when he thought of Yao Mo Wan's beautiful face, he fiercely swallowed it into his stomach. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mo Wan took off the pearl hairpin in her hair, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Under the candlelight, it flowed with a gorgeous luster. When the wind rose, Yao Mo Wan could clearly feel her hair moving. In Shui. Yao Mo Wan abruptly turned her head. The room was empty, and she had just closed the window. If it wasn't In Shui, then where did this wind come from? Yao Mo Wan was puzzled. In the southeast corner of Chu Palace, in the sky above the willow forest, a black and a white figure floated in the air. The man was shockingly beautiful, unparalleled in elegance. The woman was devastatingly beautiful, beautiful like a fairy. Disobeying the order of a mage will result in the pain of burning the body, do you know? Zhang Lan's voice still had the power to bewitch people, making them willingly fall into depravity. Yao Mo Wan must die. The woman's voice was like the spring rain in Jiangnan, soft and beautiful like a dream, but this kind of beautiful voice contained a strong killing intent. Reason. Zhang Lan had always indulged this woman, but this time, he couldn't let Huan Luo continue to cause trouble. She's a jinx. Her fate doesn't match with Huan Luo. Huan Luo liked to act spoiled in front of Zhang Lan, but this time, she was serious. Forget it, after the matter is done, I'll help you kill her. Let's go. Zhang Lan moved his qi in front of Huan Luo and lightly pulled her hand, gently looking at her. That pair of eyes was even more intoxicating than the moonlight. Huan Luo couldn't resist this kind of gaze and compromised, but her heart to kill Yao Mo Wan was like a boulder in her heart, unable to be changed. The next day, Yao Mo Wan received news that Yi Hongyi actually went to 3 concubines' palaces in succession last night. And even now, those 3 concubines were still alive and well. This was inconceivable to Yao Mo-wan. Just as Yao Mo-wan was in doubt, Yi Hongyi unexpectedly entered Guan Osprey Palace in high spirits. His Majesty didn't attend court. Yao Mo-wan's doubt in her eyes and got up to welcome Yi Hongyi. Today, I won't do anything. I'll just accompany you, alright? Ever since returning to the Chu Palace, Yao Mo-wan had never seen Yi Hongyi's face as red as it is now, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Sure. Yao Mo-wan smiled like a spring flower, but a trace of worry rose in her heart. Tonight was the day she agreed to send Yao Sul-wan out of the imperial palace. If Yi Hongyi didn't leave, what would she do? Go. Zhen will accompany you to the greenhouse of the imperial garden to admire the flowers. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that Yi Hongyi didn't take medicine after doting on 3 concubines in a row, and yet he was still so refreshed. A day's time was too short for Yao Mo-wan, so short that she still hadn't thought of a way to lure Yi Hongyi away. At this moment, the evening meal had already been removed by the palace maids, but Yi Hongyi still didn't have any intention of leaving. Wan, you've been back for so long, but I haven't been able to accompany you properly. I'm sorry. Yi Hongyi couldn't guarantee the effectiveness of that heartless fruit, so he forced himself to not come to Guan Osprey Palace last night. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to take Yao Mo-wan and relieve his lovesickness. Wan doesn't blame your majesty. As long as Wan can stay by your majesty's side, it's fine. Yao Mo-wan's smile was extremely strained. At this moment, Yi Hongyi had already pulled her into his embrace, his hand restlessly moving on her back. Yao Mo-wan wanted to vomit. Her stomach rolled uncomfortably, but she resisted. What should she do? Yao Mo-wan did her best to calm herself down, but Yi Hongyi's movements became more and more frivolous. At this moment, Yi Hongyi abruptly carried Yao Mo-wan in a bridal carry and walked straight into the inner room. On the bed, Yao Mo-wan looked tenderly at Yi Hongyi. In her heart, she was thinking that if it really didn't work out, she could just pretend to be sick. Seeing Yi Hongyi undo his dragon robe, Yao Mo-wan was just about to cover her stomach when she saw Yi Hongyi's expression suddenly change. The thick affection in his eyes disappeared without a trace. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Just like that, Yi Hongyi ran out like a madman, not even informing Yao Mo-wan. Admittedly, Yao Mo-wan felt that Yi Hongyi's departure was unreasonable. In this kind of situation, as long as it was a normal man, they wouldn't suddenly leave. However, Yao Mo-wan also didn't care about this. She got up, straightened her clothes and walked out of the main hall. After about an hour, when she was certain that Yi Hongyi wouldn't return, Yao Mo-wan put on a long robe and headed towards Pureflower's palace. In Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi flung his hand and smashed the luminous cup on the ground. His finger pointed towards the air and roared, "Come out! Come out for Zhen!" Yi Hongyi's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Everything that entered his vision was lifted high into the air and then fiercely smashed into the air. It was as if the person he was most angry with was standing there in the air. A shattering sound came from Central Dragon Palace. In this pitch-black night, it made people's hair stand on end. Suddenly, a wind rose and an extreme cold rushed from Yi Hongyi's back to his head. Yi Hongyi immediately trembled. When he abruptly turned around, he saw a white figure floating in the air. "Who are you?" Looking at that heaven-shaking face in front of him, Yi Hongyi's voice no longer had the arrogance and coldness from before and naturally softened. That was a face as pure and holy as a snow lotus on an ice mountain. Skin as white as jade that would break with a snap of a finger. Eyebrows curved like crescent moons. Under those long and curly eyelashes, those eyes were like a pool of clear water, beautiful without a speck of dust. Her lips were lightly curved to the point that they could turn all living things upside down. Yi Junqing's acupuncture points were unknowingly sealed by Huan Luo, and he was silently taken away from Central Dragon Palace. In Pure Flower's palace, Yao Mo Wan ordered people to wrap Yao Su Wan's body in a straw mat. She then took out Jiang De's command tablet. Zai Shunzi, you're good at this. Remember, as soon as you leave the Imperial Palace, you must rush to Jizhou without stopping. You can't slack off in the slightest. Do you understand? Yao Mo Wan instructed solemnly. Chapter 437. This is the woman in your heart. Every step she takes is speeding up your death. In this dark night, the ghostly voice seemed to be the voice of an Azura from hell, bewitching Yi Hongyi's mind. Yi Hongyi didn't know how he got back to Central Dragon Palace, nor did he know when that snow-white figure disappeared. His mind was filled with Yao Moan's astute and far-sighted gaze. That gaze that was as sharp as a blade, that solemn and dignified expression, that decisive and capable technique. How could all of that appear on an idiot? No. Warner wouldn't lie to us. She wouldn't lie to us. Yi Junqing roared as he pushed the jade table in Central Dragon Palace. A long crack appeared on the jade floor. Yao Moan. Yao Moan. We treat you like the bright moon in the sky. What do you treat us as? Dirty water in the gutter. Ah, Yi Hongyi's scarlet eyes shone with extreme coldness. He smashed everything that could move in Central Dragon Palace with all his might until he finally slammed the door open and rushed to Guan Osprey Palace. When Yao Moan returned to Guan Osprey Palace, the scene in front of her was inconceivable. Azure Dragon was tied to a pillar and had already fainted. Next to Azure Dragon stood a woman that looked exactly like her. Even her clothes were the same. You're thousand-faced. As soon as Yao Moan said it, she inwardly denied her own guess. As the vice-commandant of the Iron Blood Corps, Thousand Faces had always stood on Yi Hongyi's side. He shouldn't treat Azure Dragon like this, at least not right now. Nameless held the Son of Heaven in his bones to command the feudal vassals, but on the surface, he was still in the same boat as Yi Hongyi. Who's that dog thousand-faced? When Lang Bingxin walked towards Yao Moan with a huff, Yin Shui had already landed next to Yao Moan. Reporting to Master, this person is called Lang Bingxin. Her disguise skills are impressive. If she hadn't pretended to be Master and brought Yin Shui into the palace, Yin Shui would have been stopped outside already. There are many unfamiliar faces in the Chu Palace now, and their martial arts are all excellent. Yin Shui exposed the truth. Yao Moan could tell that it was Yin Shui. From her appearance, she looked exactly like a palace maid. Stop nagging. Hurry up and take her out. Remember to come back and save me. Lang Bingxin urged. She didn't like the atmosphere here. There seemed to be a bloody smell in the depressing atmosphere. Master, Yin Shui will take you away. Yin Shui asked. Thank you for your hard work. Yao Moan wasn't familiar with Lang Bingxin, but she somewhat liked this girl's straightforward personality. Right at this time, the sound of a door being kicked suddenly came from outside. Yao Moan was slightly startled by the sound, but Yin Shui had already pulled Yao Moan into the shadows. Ling Bing cursed inwardly as she watched Yin Shui flee with Yao Moan at lightning speed. In the end, she's just a fake. Her life really isn't worth much. Just as Lang Bingxin was lamenting over her pitiful fate, the palace doors were suddenly kicked open. Yi Hongyi charged in front of Lang Bingxin like a roaring lion. Before Lang Bingxin could prepare to feign stupidity, Yi Hongyi told her to stop pretending. At this time, Yi Hongyi's hand was gripping Lang Bingxin's snow-white neck. His eyes were scarlet like frost. The collision between the flames and the iceberg was destined to be bitter. No matter how strong Lang Bingxin's heart was, she still started to tremble. Yao Moen. Why? Why did you betray us? For you, we can even throw away our life. But you actually colluded with Yi Junqing to destroy our empire. Why? Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Yi Hongyi couldn't find any reason to side with her. Right now, he only hated Yao Moen for betraying his sincerity. He loved this woman so much. So the deeper his love, the more he hated. Yi Hongyi wanted nothing more than to crush Lang Bingxin to death. Your Majesty, don't. Waner didn't betray your Majesty. Woo-woo. Lang Bingxin really was crying. She never expected that she would have to put on such a dangerous show as soon as she got into character. You didn't. How long are you going to lie to us? Yao Moen. We trusted you so much. No matter who said it, no matter what they said. We believed that you were our Waner, you would never lie to us in this lifetime. But look at the result. Say it. Yao Moen. You deserve to die. Yi Hongyi was on the verge of collapse. His eyes looked like they were going to pop out of their sockets as he increased the strength in his hand. At this time, Lang Bingxin's face was already red and she was having trouble breathing. She tried desperately to pry Yi Hongyi's hand away, but it was to no avail. Cough cough. You're really willing to kill Waner? For a moment, Lang Bingxin wanted to tell him the truth. She really wasn't Yao Moen. However, Lang Bingxin didn't think that this was a reason for Yi Hongyi not to kill her. She might die even more miserably. Thus, even when her breathing gradually became sparse, Lang Bingxin still didn't expose her identity. How could you bear to lie to us? How could you bear to? Yi Hongyi was on the verge of going crazy. The strength in his hands suddenly tightened, wanting to kill Lang Bingxin. Almost at the same time, Yin Shui and Yao Moen appeared behind Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty. Woo-woo. Your Majesty, save me. Yao Moen's voice caused Yi Hongyi to abruptly shake. The strength in his hand naturally weakened by a lot. Waner. This. What's going on? When he saw Yao Moen behind him, Yi Hongyi looked towards Lang Bingxin in shock, his entire being in a state of confusion. Your Majesty, save me. She said she wants to take Waner away. Waner doesn't want to leave your Majesty. At that time, Yao Moen had been in the shadows and had personally seen the dense killing intent in Yi Hongyi's eyes. In that instant, Yao Moen wasn't surprised. Yi Hongyi was still as cold-blooded as before. Even if he really did fall in love with Yao Moen, if his interests were threatened, he would still be merciless. Let her go. Yin Shui glared angrily at Yi Hongyi, her icy voice filled with cold anger. Fortunately, she hadn't taken Master away, otherwise Lang Bingxin would have died without a doubt. If that really happened, she would owe Lang Bingxin a life. You're quite daring, you actually dared to barge into Chu Palace, come. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to call for help, Yin Shui abruptly grabbed Yao Moen's snow-white neck. Yao Moen's expression instantly became extremely pained, even though Yin Shui had only touched her skin. If you dare shout one more time, I don't mind having Chu Empress accompany us in death, said Yin Shui resolutely, her gaze cold. Stop. Fine, Shen won't call for help, but you must let Waner go. At this moment, Yi Hongyi naturally believed that the person he saw in Pure Flower's palace wasn't Yao Moen, but this impostor. King Chu, let her go first. What Yin Shui saw was Lang Bingxin's astonished expression. As Yi Hongyi hesitated, Yin Shui increased the strength in her hand. At this moment, Yao Moen's expression could be imagined. If you dare to harm Waner, Jin will definitely tear you to pieces. Yin Shui laughed coldly while Yi Hongyi was hesitating. If King Chu wants to tear the two of us to pieces, then you'll have to step over Chu Empress' corpse first. As Yin Shui spoke, she abruptly grabbed Yao Moen's arm with one hand and increased her strength slightly. Woo-woo, it hurts. Your Majesty, save me. Yao Moen's tears fell, causing Yi Hongyi's heart to ache. Stop. Scram. Yi Hongyi's brows furrowed, then he tossed Lang Bingxin to Yin Shui's side. Return Wan to Zhen. Yi Hongyi's eyes were like deep pools as he looked at Yin Shui with a cold and sinister gaze. Yin Shui glanced at Lang Bingxin, then abruptly pushed Yao Moen over. Then she wrapped her arms around Lang Bingxin and instantly disappeared from Guan Osprey Palace. Your Majesty. Wan is so scared. Woo-woo. Yao Moen was afraid that Yi Hongyi would chase after her, so she took the opportunity to fall into Yi Hongyi's embrace and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Don't be scared, with Shen here, no one can harm you. Yi Hongyi hugged Yao Moen tightly. After a moment, he remembered to call for people to chase after her. However, Yao Moen refused to let go, so Yi Hongyi could only stay in Guan Osprey Palace. In the inner room, Yao Moen trembled as she was held in Yi Hongyi's embrace, occasionally sobbing. Chapter 438. It's all Zhen's fault for being careless. Those villains almost took advantage of the situation to harm you again. Wan I'm sorry. Yi Hongyi caressed Yao Moen, his eyes no longer filled with hostility. Your Majesty, that person just now looked like Wan Yao Moen wiped away her tears and looked towards the man in front of her. That was a disguise, it was fake. Yi Hongyi gently wiped away the tears on Yao Moen's face as he explained gently. But when your Majesty strangled her to death, did you also know that she was fake? Yao Moen held back her tears as she looked towards Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi froze when he heard this. Thinking back, the person he wanted to strangle to death with all his heart was Yao Moen. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Hongyi wasn't saying anything, her tears started to well up again. Your Majesty said that you liked Wan said that no matter what Wan did, you would forgive Wan but just now, you clearly wanted to kill Wan Yao Moen timidly retreated from Yi Hongyi's embrace and curled up in the corner of the bed, her tears pouring down like a broken dam. His heart hurt, as if it was being stabbed by a thin needle. Every time it stabbed him, the pain was indescribable. Wan Shen was so angry that I became muddled. That's why, Shen swears that from now on, no matter what you do wrong, Shen won't harm you. Yi Hongyi vowed solemnly. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyi's oath wasn't even worth a fart in Yao Moen's ears. Even if Wan lied to your Majesty still won't kill Wan Yao Moen sobbed as she looked up suspiciously. Those tear-stained eyes broke Yi Hongyi's heart. Yes. Shen can't bear to. Yi Hongyi abruptly pulled Yao Moen into his embrace and wrapped his arms around her. His eyes were filled with care that he had never felt before in his life. This was the first time Yi Hongyi had sworn to a woman so sincerely, even using his own life to swear. He couldn't imagine if he really did strangle Yao Moen to death, would he regret it for the rest of his life? Your Majesty. Yao Moen weakly called out as her lips curved into a cold smile. Yin Shui had brought Lang Bingxin back to the inn. When Yi Junqing saw Lang Bingxin, he happily went to welcome her. However, when he got close, his body suddenly trembled and he looked towards Yin Shui with worry in his eyes. Where's Moen? You couldn't save him. Yi Junqing's words instantly dealt a huge blow to Lang Bingxin. Was it because her disguise skills were terrible or because these people were too shrewd? First it was exposed by Yi Hongyi, then it was ignored by Yi Junqing. What was the problem? The situation has changed. If I had forcefully brought Master out, I'm afraid Lang Bingxin would have been dead. Luckily, with Lang Bingxin around, Master wouldn't have been exposed. Although Yin Shui didn't understand why Yi Hongyi would suspect Master, with Lang Bingxin's help, Master was temporarily safe. It's a good thing that you didn't find out as soon as you left. You have a conscience. But Yi Junqing, how do you know I'm not Yao Moen? Lang Bingxin looked towards Yi Junqing solemnly. If Yao Moen saw this prince, she would definitely scold this prince for coming here to die instead of properly guarding Ji province. Yi Junqing smiled bitterly. He was well aware of Yao Moen's temper. You do know her well, but, what a pity. You are already a good son-in-law of Duan Shiming. You and Yao Moen no longer have a chance. Yi Junqing's wedding and the 5 countries coming to congratulate him could be said to be world-shaking. There was no reason for Lang Bingxin not to know about this. His heart instantly turned cold. All this time, Yi Junqing had only thought that he had used his actions to prove his sincerity towards Yao Moen. Even though he had been forced to marry Duan Tingting under Yao Moen's coercion and Yao Moen had put in too much effort to stop the 5 countries from forming an alliance, he still believed that Yao Moen understood his feelings. And now, even the not-so-famous Lang Bingxin knew of his identity. If he didn't get rid of his relationship with Duan Tingting, how could he let Yao Moen suffer? Furthermore, with the verification of the male and female needles, Yi Junqing suddenly felt that compared to what Yao Moen had done for him, everything he had done was just a drop in the bucket. You're touching my sore spot. Feng Lin glanced at Lang Bingxin, then his gaze subconsciously landed on Yi Junqing. Please, it's not like I'm one of you, how would I know what your sore spot is? Lang Bingxin was displeased. She was someone who had just walked on the edge of life and death. It was fine if she couldn't be comforted, but how come she didn't even have the right to speak? The room fell silent for a moment. Then Yin Shui spoke up. Now isn't the time to discuss this. Let's think about how we're going to save Master. If we didn't succeed in one strike, Yi Hongyi will definitely be on guard. If we want to save Master, we have to find another way, said Yin Shui solemnly. After she said this, everyone sank into contemplation. The wind of the night gradually grew colder and colder. As it brushed against their bodies, it sent shivers down their spines. In the willow forest of the Chu Palace, the beautiful black-clothed figure waved her sleeve heavily. Blood seeped out of Huan Luo's mouth. Kanglin. You hit me for that lowly woman. A fairy's tears were the most heart-wrenching. Kanglin felt that he had hit her too hard, but in order to make Huan Luo remember, he endured the pain. You almost ruined this priest's good fortune. If Yi Hongyi had really strangled Yao Moen to death, then all of his great ambitions would have been over. This was something Qi Kanglin couldn't tolerate. Huan Luo only wanted Yi Hongyi to know Yao Moen's true colors and arouse his fighting spirit. Only then would he have a chance to contend against Yi Junqing. Otherwise, how could a good-for-nothing like him who only cares about love instigate a war between the 7 nations? Huan Luo had already prepared a flowery speech to explain her selfish motives. This priest has calculated that Yao Moen's fate doesn't conflict with yours. However, if you still don't like Yao Moen, then once this matter is over, this priest promises to personally kill her for you. But before that, if you dare to touch her again, then don't blame this priest for sending you back to Crimson Flame Country to be dealt with by a mage. Kanglin didn't give Huan Luo a chance to explain and left with the wind. As Huan Luo watched that peerless figure streak through the air in a graceful arc before disappearing into the night, her vision grew hazy. It was true that Yao Moen's fate didn't conflict with hers, but Kanglin, how could you possibly calculate that your fate was actually the same as Yi Junqing's? That woman will jinx you to death. As a priest, not only could she not divine her own fate, she didn't even have the chance to know her own fate. If Huan Luo hadn't accidentally overheard the conversation between the mage and Crimson Flame Emperor, she wouldn't have known the secret. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi waited until he was sure that Yao Moen was asleep before he got up and left. When he returned to Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi personally wrote a letter asking for help from the Iron Blood Corps. The letter specifically mentioned the problem of appearance-changing techniques. Thus, on the third day after the letter was sent, Nameless sent Meiji and Thousand Faces over. In the Imperial Garden, Yao Moen was calmly feeding the koi carps. She had just sprinkled the food in her hands into the jade lake when she saw a beautiful woman dressed in green silk walk over. Meiji has seen people with long lives, but I've never seen someone as lucky as you. The commandant had originally hardened his heart to kill you, but who would have thought that before Meiji left, the commandant had repeatedly warned us not to touch a single hair on your head. TSK, Yao Moen, you truly have good methods. Even though Meiji's smile was as beautiful as a peach, Yao Moen could hear the resentment and hatred in her voice. Moen swears that Moen was purely a bystander during the trip to Longxi. Moen didn't participate at all in Yi Juanqing's plan to save Yan Nanxing. Yao Moen very shamelessly pushed everything onto Yi Juanqing. So it was you guys who saved Yan Nanxing. You've gone too far. Meiji's shocked expression astonished Yao Moen. You didn't know. Then didn't you investigate afterwards? At this moment, Yao Moen really wanted to slap herself to death. Who told you to talk too much? Chapter 439. Investigate. How could Meiji still have the face to stay in Longxi? The daughter of the richest man actually married a big rooster. If Meiji wasn't strong enough, she would have already pulled out her sword and committed suicide. Whenever Meiji thought of the humiliation, her blood would boil. She was currently looking at Yao Moen with a cold and sinister gaze. Cough cough. Yan Nanxing went too far this time, said Yao Moen in agreement. Yan Nanxing said he already has someone he likes. Do you know who it is? At that time, this was the only thing that had been written on the note tied to the rooster's leg. It can't be. Yao Moen looked towards Meiji in confusion. Unfortunately, Meiji clearly didn't think much of Yao Moen's expression. Don't think that just because the captain didn't kill you, this seat can't do anything to you. As Meiji spoke, she took out a small dark green snake from her sleeve. The snake was currently flicking its forked tongue. Cough cough. It's a red lotus that blends water and sky. Yao Moen was very afraid of snakes. Whenever she saw that slippery thing swaying in front of her, Yao Moen felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Courtesan of the brothel. Yao Moen, don't think that this seat is easy to fool. Meiji placed the snake in her palm and extended it towards Yao Moen. Besides this seat, the only other person who has the key to the life gate is Lord Su. You should know where Lord Su often goes, right? Moen personally saw Yan Nanxing bring the Red Lotus back to Ji Province. How could this be fake? Yao Moen was well aware of how powerful Meiji was. If it hadn't been for the help of Ice Soul, even if Han Genie had helped, she might not have been able to escape unscathed. Especially since Yin Shui had only brought wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and Yi Juanqing this time. In comparison, they were clearly weaker than before. If she could lure Meiji away, she would be saving herself. He would rather like a prostitute than this seat. Meiji was clearly angered by Yao Moen's words. That's not all. Before Moen was captured, Yan Nanxing had already started preparing to marry the Red Lotus. I heard that the wedding invitation has already been sent to Phoenix Feather Manor. The date is about 10 days from now, said Yao Moen with a sincere gaze. He's going to marry a prostitute. And with such great fanfare. Meiji frowned. her eyes cold. If that rooster was Yan Nanxing who had trampled on her dignity, Yan Nanxing and Red Lotus's wedding had thrown her dignity into the bottomless abyss. She would never be able to get it back. How could she tolerate such a thing? Thus, Yao Moan's goading method succeeded. That night, Mei Ji handed over everything to Tai Nan and rushed to Ji province. The next day, Yao Mo Wan looked at Tai Nan who was busy setting up an icicle formation in the imperial garden. Her lips curved into a knowing smile. "Sister, you're smiling so brightly. You must have gotten what you wanted, right?" Yao Moan's shapely brows lifted slightly when she heard the feminine voice. She turned to look and shockingly saw that Yao Sulwan was standing at the entrance of the pavilion with a smile on her face. Speechless, Yao Mo Wan slowly walked to Yao Sulwan's side. She turned left, turned right, turned a total of 3 rounds. When Yao Mo Wan's eyes fell on the space between Yao Sulwan's legs, someone couldn't take it anymore. "Don't look." Yao Sulwan looked extremely nervous as she deliberately turned in the opposite direction of Yao Mo Wan. If Vice Commandant Thousand Faces really has the ability, then make that thing disappear as well. Otherwise, how do you expect Moan to believe that second sister, who has followed His Majesty for so many years, is actually a hermaphrodite? Yao Mo Wan snorted disdainfully. "Yao Mo Wan, you're filthy. It's clearly a disguise technique." Chapter 440. In the dim stone room, Thousand-Faced felt his body go numb and stiff. At this time Yin Shui and the others had laid him flat on the stone table. How could this be? Thousand-Faced put on an act. He didn't feel like he had given himself away. How could this not be? Thousand-Faced, you have the jade tablet of Thousand-Faced Guanyin, yet you can't even tell if it's real or fake. Yi Junqing instantly switched to a female voice. The moment Thousand-Faced heard this, he immediately knew who it was. Leng Bingxin. "It's actually you, you bastard." There was no need for Thousand-Faced to keep up the act. He glared at Leng Bingxin, but he could only move his mouth. Right now, he could only grit his teeth. Slap slap slap, Leng Bingxin didn't care about being called bastard at all, so she slapped Thousand-Faced's face a few times until the layer of skin on his face fell off. "Why are you glaring at me? You should be glad that I didn't just rip it off with my hands." At their level of disguise, it wasn't as simple as sticking on a piece of skin. Every piece of skin they refined had countless air holes, so when it was stuck on the face, it would allow the person's pores to pass through the skin. This would increase the duration of the disguise and also increase the effect of the disguise. That was why Leng Bingxin had minded so much when Ben Lei had used his hands to pull at his face. That would have hurt a lot. "What are you doing with your hands?" Thousand-Faced panicked when he saw Leng Bingxin's hands reaching into his clothes. "You're afraid that I'm molesting you. Save it. What a rotten body. TSK, what are you doing raising such a small bird here?" Leng Bingxin only touched a certain part of Thousand-Faced's body before commenting loudly. "Leng Bingxin. You have no sense of honor." Thousand-Faced's face was completely red. Since he didn't have any eyebrows, his face looked even more like a monkey's butt. "Ha, I found it. I knew you had to have something this important on you." Leng Bingxin didn't care that Thousand-Faced was seething with anger. She casually raised the jade tablet of Thousand-Faced Guanyin high up. "Leng Bingxin. You're taking advantage of me." Thousand-Faced panicked and shouted angrily. "If you hadn't taken advantage of me back then, how could I have lost this jade tablet?" This was called returning the item to its rightful owner. "Thousand-Face, listen to me. Although they want me to kill you, it's not easy to practice the art of disguise to your level. I, Lang Bingxin, appreciate talent and will spare your life today. You don't have to thank me, and you don't have to think about how to repay my kindness. I never ask for anything in return for what I do. Just stay here and lie down. I think those guys up there will come looking for you soon. As Lang Bingxin spoke, she put the jade tablet into her bosom. Then, she removed the masks of Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The 5 of them revealed their unfamiliar faces. All fake. Then it's true. Thousand-faced assassin was shocked. He felt that he had lost all face this time. TCH, only an idiot would ask such a question. Let's go. Langbing Axayan really wanted to kill Thousand Faces, but the Ling family was only famous for their disguise, and their martial arts were ordinary, especially in her generation. They actually did not know any martial arts, and to such a family, they could not afford to offend the Iron Blood Army. Because of this, Lang Bingxin felt that the most important thing to do was to find a backer for the Ling family, and this backer was Yao Mo Wan. Thus, when Yin Shui told her to return to Ji province, she did not refuse. Meanwhile, in Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi looked at Yao Mo Wan, who was sitting at the table with a doting expression. Under the candlelight, her face was incomparably beautiful. Why is your majesty looking at one like that? Yao Mo Wan raised her brows, her clear eyes sparkling like a pool of clear water, pure and clear. Zhen's Wan is so beautiful. Yi Hongyi praised from the bottom of his heart. This was the first time he felt that a woman could be this beautiful, so beautiful that he could easily dig out his entire heart and give it to Yao Mo Wan. So your majesty likes Wan no matter what Wan becomes. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yi Hongyi meaningfully. The affection in his eyes only made Yao Mo Wan feel disgusted. No matter what Wan becomes, Jin will like you. Wan don't leave Jin again. Jin doesn't know how to live without you, alright? Yi Hongyi emotionally pulled Yao Mo Wan's hand, his eyes filled with splendor. What shocked Yao Mo Wan was that she actually saw tears in Yi Hongyi's eyes. What an ironic scene. Back in the cold palace, when Yi Hongyi personally threw his own son to death, he didn't shed a single tear, his heart didn't even skip a beat. But now, he actually shed tears for an idiot. Even more ironic was that this idiot was the person he hated the most at the time, Yao Mo Axayan, the biological mother of that child who died in the cold palace. Your Majesty is crying. Yao Mo Wan raised her jade fingers to lightly wipe away Yi Hongyi's tears. The burning sensation went straight to her heart, and the hatred in her heart burned fiercely. Wan promise Zhen, don't leave Zhen. Don't ever leave us alone. Yi Hongyi abruptly grabbed Yao Moan's hand and looked at her almost pleadingly. But, there's someone who doesn't agree. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yi Hongyi, her red lips slightly pouting. Who? Who doesn't agree? Yi Hongyi said in a panic, his grip tightening. Just as he was feeling doubtful, a thunderous roar suddenly came from behind him. This prince doesn't agree. Just as Yi Hongyi turned around, Yin Shui suddenly sealed 24 of his major acupuncture points, leaving only his mute acupuncture point. Yi Junqing. You actually dare to appear in front of Zhen. Yi Hongyi glared at her angrily, but tactfully didn't shout because Yin Shui's dagger was pressed against his neck. Why wouldn't this prince dare? Yi Hongyi. You heartless and unscrupulous beast. How much Mo Axayan has sacrificed for you? You actually treated her so cruelly. How could you let her down? Yi Junqing's scarlet eyes shone with bloodthirsty hatred. He clenched his fist and punched Yi Hongyi's face. Blood flowed down the corner of Yi Hongyi's lips, but he was smiling coldly. Jin just knew that you rebelled because of that slut. Humph. You still dare to ask Jin why Jin treated her like that? Yi Hongyi lifted his eyes to glare at Yi Junqing. This prince loves Imo Axayan. From the first time I saw her, I fell in love. I loved her with all my heart. But this is just this prince's wishful thinking. You know exactly how Imo Axayan has treated you all these years. You could do such a beastly thing just based on those rumors. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of guilt towards Imo Axayan? Yi Junqing felt his heart ache when he saw the heartlessness in Yi Hongyi's eyes. He felt that it wasn't worth it for Imo Axayan and regretted not persevering to the end back then. Why should Jin feel guilty? Did Yao Imo Axayan really do this for our own good? She just wanted to use Jin to prove to the entire world that she's a great strategist, that she's wise and far-sighted. That if it wasn't for her, Jin would be a piece of trash. Jin's empire, Jin's everything, were all given to us by Yao Imo Axayan. As long as she's alive, Jin will forever be a puppet. That's why she deserves to die. She deserves to die. Yi Hongyi shouted angrily as he recited all those absurd reasons. Yi Hongyi. You're simply a beast in human form. How could you say something so heartless? Imo Axayan used her entire life to plan for you, but in the end, she actually ended up becoming an enemy. Imo Axayan, it's not worth it. It really isn't worth it. There were tears in the corners of Yi Junqing's eyes. His handsome face had contorted from the pain. Extreme pain, this was how it was. Pa! What great kindness becoming an enemy. She's Jin's enemy. She was the one who caused Jin to be reduced to a puppet that was laughed at by the world. She was the one who caused Jin to become useless. If it wasn't for her, Jin would have lived a better life. So Jin wants to destroy her. Jin didn't do anything wrong. Yi Hongyi roared as he retorted, his scarlet eyes shining with extreme hatred. But your majesty, if it wasn't for eldest sister, you really would be a piece of trash. The clear voice was like the spring rain in Jiangnan, beautiful and pleasant to listen to. However, when Yi Hongyi heard it, he was incredibly shocked. Yao Imo Wan lifted her brows as she walked over to Yi Hongyi. Her clear eyes flickered with extreme disgust and disdain. Wan you. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Imo Wan in astonishment, his heart clenching. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.